Sayın Azad Jammu ve Keşmir Cumhurbaşkanı, Sayın Pakistan Federal Bilgi ve Yayın Bakanı, Sayın Pakistan Ankara Büyükelçisi, Sayın Milletvekilim, Sayın Rektörüm, Sayın Dekanım, saygıdeğer akademisyenler, değerli katılımcılar ve kıymetli misafirler. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. İsmim Ahmet Tekin ve konferanstaki sunucunuz benim. Bugün İstanbul Üniversitesi Edebiyat Fakültesi olarak hazırladığımız Keşmir Sorununun Bölgesel ve Uluslararası Boyutları isimli online konferansımız için bir araya gelmiş bulunmaktayız. His Excellency President of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, His Excellency Senatör, the Federal Minister for Information and Broadcasting of Pakistan, His Excellency Ambassador of Pakistan to Ankara, dear Member of Parliament, dear Rector of Istanbul University, and dear Dean of Faculty of Letters, dear academics, participants, and guests, welcome. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Ahmet Tekin, and I will be the introducer for the conference. Today, we are here to be a part of online conference entitled Kashmir Regional and International Dimensions, organized by Istanbul University Faculty of Letters. Şimdi düzenleme kurulu adına hoş geldiniz konuşmasını yapmak üzere Urdu Dili ve Edebiyatı Anabilim Dalı Başkanımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Halil Töker'e sözü bırakıyorum. On behalf of the organizing committee, I now call upon the Chair of Urdu Language and Literature Department, Professor Halil Töker, to deliver his welcome speech.
His Excellency Sardar Masood Khan Sahab, President of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, His Excellency Shibli Faraz Sahab, the Minister for Information and Broadcasting Pakistan, His Excellency Ali Şahin Sahab, Member of Parliament and the Chairman of Pakistan Parliamentary Friendship Group, His Excellency Muhammad Syrus Sajjad Qazi Sahab, Ambassador of Pakistan to Ankara, His Excellency Lord Nazir Ahmad Sahab, Member of the British House of Lords, Dr. Ghulam Nabi Fai Sahab, Secretary General of World Kashmir Awareness Forum, dear Rector of Istanbul University and dear Dean of Faculty of Letters, dear academics, participants and guests, Assalamu alaikum.
Azad Jammu ve Keşmir Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Sardar Masood Bey, Pakistan Federal Bilgi ve Yayın Bakanı Sayın Senatör Shibli Faraz Bey, Gaziantep Milletvekili Türkiye-Pakistan Parlamentolar Arası Dostluk Grubu Başkanı Sayın Ali Şahin Bey, Ankara Pakistan Büyükelçisi Sayın Muhammed Syrus Sajjad Qazi Bey, Britanya Lordlar Kamerası üyesi Sayın Lord Nazir Ahmet Bey, Dünya Keşmir Farkındalık Forumu Başkanı üyesi Sayın Doktor Ghulam Nabi Fai Bey, Sayın İstanbul Üniversitesi Rektörü ve Sayın Edebiyat Fakültesi Dekanı, Sayın akademisyenler, katılımcılar ve misafirler.
On behalf of Istanbul University, I am really privileged and immensely honored today for getting this opportunity to welcome all of you in our webinar entitled Kashmir, Regional and International Dimensions. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all.
Bugün İstanbul Üniversitesi adına Keşmir Sorununun Bölgesel ve Uluslararası Boyutları Keşmir isimli web konferansımızda sizleri ağırlamaktan dolayı kendimi çok ayrıcalıklı hissediyor ve onur ve mutluluk duyuyorum.
Kashmir Valley, or in the other words, the state of Jammu and Kashmir, has a very long story of uncertainty, despotic governance, unbelievable cruelty, fear and humiliation which Kashmiri Muslims faced with. From the very beginning of their history until today, it is really hard to believe that how a group of people terrorized and suppressed under the brutal and merciless governance by the foreigners. Occupation came to this peaceful valley during its long history, but it is a real fact that the most of the world tried to neglect and disregard the problem as we saw in the Palestine problem in the same manner. We have been observing today in our modern times, Kashmiris are being injured, killed, tortured, raped and humiliated, and being forced to live in a turbulence of violence cycle.
Keşmir Vadisi, başka bir deyişle Jammu ve Keşmir Devleti, Keşmirli Müslümanların tarihlerinin başlangıcından bugüne yaşadığı çok uzun bir belirsizlik süreci, despotik yönetim, büyük zulüm, korku ve aşağılanma hikayesini bünyesinde barındırmaktadır. Bir grup insanın yabancılar tarafından zalim ve acımasız bir yönetim altında insanları terörize ettiğine ve baskı altına aldığına inanmak güç. İşgal bu barışçıl vadiye çok önceleri gelmiştir. Ancak dünyanın çoğunun Filistin sorununda da aynı şekilde yaptığı gibi bu sorunu ihmal etmeye ve göz ardı etmeye çalıştıkları görülmektedir. Bugün gördüğümüz kadarıyla Keşmirliler yaralanmakta, öldürülmekte, işkence görmekte, tecavüz edilmekte ve aşağılanmaktadırlar. Ve bu şiddet döngüsünün çalkantısı içerisinde yaşamaya zorlanmaktadırlar.
Indian forces have been using every weapon in their arsenal to destroy the spirit of Kashmiris for their freedom struggle for decades, especially by revoking of the article of 370 and 35A of the Indian Constitution. Indian government did a final attempt to end its Kashmir problem for itself and grab all constitutional and historical rights of the Kashmiri people in the occupied valley.
Hint kuvvetleri ellerindeki silahları uzun yıllardır özgürlükleri için mücadele eden Keşmirlilerin ruhunu yok etmek için kullanıyorlar. Özellikle Hint Anayasası'nın 370 ve 35A maddelerini yürürlükten kaldırarak Hindistan hükümeti Keşmir sorununu kendisi için sona erdirmek ve işgal edilen bölgedeki Keşmir halkının tüm anayasal ve tarihsel haklarını ele geçirmek için girişimde bulunmaktadır.
A merciless crackdown on Kashmiris deepened, cutting mobile phones, landlines, and internet lines, huge detention under Public Safety Act, illegal detention of minor children, usage of pellet guns, sexual abuse of Kashmiri women, disturbing education in Kashmir, health care cutoff, violent crackdowns by security forces, restriction on public gathering, including Eid and Cuma namaz.
Keşmir'de devam eden zulüm gittikçe derinleşmektedir. Cep telefonlarının, sabit hatların, internet hatları kesilmekte. Kamu güvenliği yasası altında birçok gözaltı olmaktadır. Küçük çocuklar yasa dışı olarak gözaltına alınmaktadır. Pelet silahlar kullanılmaktadır. Keşmirli kadınlar cinsel istismara uğramaktadır. Eğitime yönelik engeller, sağlık hizmetlerine yönelik kısıtlamalar mevcuttur. Güvenlik güçlerinin şiddetli baskıları, bayram ve cuma namazı gibi halkın bir araya geldiği organizasyonları kısıtlama şeklinde birçok baskı ve kısıtlama getirilmiştir.
Unfortunately, Kashmir is under oppressive siege and India illegally occupying the territory. As we observe with deep concern, Jammu and Kashmir in general, and Kashmir Valley in special, Indian occupation forces are committing huge and unacceptable human rights violations in daily basis. Incredibly, India is using the same manner to realize the wish of far-right Hindu nationalists by democratic change. I mean, they want a Kashmir without Kashmiri Muslims, as the Israel government tries to do in the occupied Palestine, the West Bank without Palestinian Muslims.
Ne yazık ki Keşmir baskıcı bir kuşatma altındadır ve Hindistan yasa dışı olarak bölgeyi işgal etmektedir. Derin bir endişeyle gözlemlediğimiz kadarıyla Jammu ve Keşmir'de özel olarak ise özellikle Keşmir Vadisi'nde Hindistan işgal güçleri her gün büyük çapta ve kabul edilemez insan hakları ihlalleri yapmaktadır. İnanılmaz bir boyutta Hindistan aşırı sağ Hint milliyetçiliği arzusunu gerçekleştirmek için bölgenin demografik yapısını değiştirmeye çalışan bir yol izlemektedir. Yani İsrail hükümetinin Filistin'de, işgal altındaki Filistin'de Filistinli Müslüman bulunmayan bir Batı Şeria yapmaya çalıştığı gibi Keşmirli Müslümanların da olmadığı bir Keşmir istemektedirler.
Today, from occupied Jammu and Kashmir to the east of India to Assam, from Gujarat to Uttar Pradesh, shortly all India is becoming a very dangerous trap for the minorities living in its soil. And no one has the right to say that this is internal affairs of India and no intervention is acceptable. Because lives of millions and millions of innocent people cannot be an internal affair of any country. This is a humanitarian issue and its gravity deals to all humanity.
Bugün işgal altındaki Jammu ve Keşmir'den Hindistan'ın doğusuna, Assam'a, Gujarat'tan Uttar Pradesh'e, kısacası tüm Hindistan topraklarında yaşayan azınlıklar için bu durum çok tehlikeli bir tuzak haline gelmektedir. Ve hiç kimse bunun Hindistan'ın iç işleri olduğunu ve hiçbir müdahalenin kabul edilebilir olmadığını söyleme hakkına sahip değildir. Çünkü milyonlarca masum insanın hayatı hiçbir ülkenin iç meselesi olamaz. Bu bir insani meseledir ve bunun büyüklüğü tüm insanlığı ilgilendirmektedir.
As the members of human race, we should declare that human rights violations in the occupied Jammu and Kashmir are not acceptable, and the right of self-determination of Kashmiri people must be respected, and United Nations resolutions implemented as soon as possible. We, as the brothers and sisters of the people of Pakistan and Kashmir, stand for our brothers and sisters' rights, and our prayers are with them. Thanks so much. Welcome again.
Biz insanlık olarak işgal altındaki Jammu ve Keşmir'deki insan hakları ihlallerinin kabul edilemez olduğunu ve Keşmir halkının kendi geleceğini belirleme hakkına saygı duyulmasını ve Birleşmiş Milletler kararlarının en kısa zamanda uygulanması gerektiğini beyan ediyoruz. Pakistan halkının ve Keşmir'in kardeşleri olarak sizin yanınızda yer alıyoruz, haklarınızı savunuyoruz ve dualarımız sizin için. Tekrar katıldığınız için teşekkürler.
Konuşmalarından ötürü Sayın Hocamıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you Professor. İstanbul Üniversitesi Edebiyat Fakültesi YouTube kanalında canlı olarak da yayınlanan konferansımızın açılış konuşmasını yapmak üzere dekanımız Sayın Profesör Doktor Hayati Develi'ye sözü bırakıyoruz. Hocamızın konuşması ardıl olarak tercüme edilecektir. Our live stream conference could be followed through Istanbul University Faculty of Letters YouTube channel. Now I invite our Dean, Professor Hayati Develi, to deliver his opening speech, which will be interpreted consecutively. Hocam mikrofonunuza your microphone. Thank you. Hocam
Sardar Mesut ben.
Tamam.
Muhterem Pakistan Federal Minister for Information and Broadcasting Shibli Faraz, muhterem Gaziantep Milletvekili, Türkiye Parlamentosu, Türkiye-Pakistan Parlamentolar Arası Dostluk Grubu Başkanı Ali Şahin, muhterem İstanbul Üniversitesi Rektörü Mahmut Ak, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. Keşmir, sahip olduğu verimli toprakları ve muhteşem coğrafi yapısıyla asırlarca farklı medeniyetler tarafından istilaya uğramış gözü yaşlı bir coğrafyadır. İngilizlerin Hindistan-Pakistan alt kıtasını sömürdükleri süreçte İngilizler tarafından Hindu bir rajaya satılan Keşmir ve Müslüman halkı için ileride Hindistan ve Pakistan arasında sorun teşkil edecek süreç de başlamıştır. Nitekim
His Excellency President of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, His Excellency Senatör, the Federal Minister of Information and Broadcasting of Pakistan, His Excellency Ambassador of Pakistan to Ankara, Mr. Mohammed Syrus Sajjad Qazi, dear Member of Parliament Ali Şahin, who is the head of the Turkey-Pakistan Parliamentary Friendship Group. With its fertile lands and its magnificent geographical structure, Kashmir is a cheerful geography that has been invaded by different civilizations for centuries. In this period, when the British exploited the Pakistan subcontinent, Kashmir and the Muslim people were sold to a Hindu Raja by the British, and the process that would pose a problem between India and Pakistan also started.
Nitekim 1947 yılında Pakistan ve Hindistan'ın ayrılmasıyla halkının pek çoğu Müslüman olan Keşmir oluşturulmuş. İki ülke arasında Keşmir için 3 kez savaş yaşanmış, defalarca da savaşın eşiğinden dönülmüştür. Bugün Müslüman Keşmir halkına yapılan zulüm ve işkencenin boyutu her geçen gün artmakta ve dünya da buna sessiz kalmaktadır.
As a matter of fact, with the division of India and Pakistan in 1947, Kashmir, with the majority of its people being Muslim, constituted the biggest disagreement between Pakistan and India, and 3 wars broke out between the 2 countries for Kashmir, and many times they came to the brink of war. Today, the extent of the oppression and torture faced by Muslim Kashmir people is increasing day by day, and the world remains silent.
İstanbul Üniversitesi, Keşmir sorunu ile ilgili daha önce de birçok konferans ve seminer düzenleyerek bütün dünyanın görmezden geldiği Keşmir sorununu farklı yönlerden ele almaya çalışmış ve dünyaya duyurmaya çalışmıştır.
Istanbul University has organized many conferences and seminars on the Kashmir problem before and tried to address the Kashmir problem, which is ignored by the whole world, from different aspects.
Türkiye'de Urdu dili ve edebiyatı eğitiminin 1915 yılında ilk defa İstanbul Üniversitesi Edebiyat Fakültesi'nde başlamış olması önemlidir. 100 yılı aşan bu geleneğin ve akademik sorumluluğun bir gereği olarak da bugün bu konferans düzenlenmiştir.
It is of utmost significance that Urdu language and literature education in Turkey started at Istanbul University Faculty of Letters in 1915 for the first time. In line with this tradition and academic responsibility over a century, this conference has been organized today.
Konferansımızın Müslüman Keşmir halkının uğradığı haksız zulüm ve baskı karşısındaki haklı özgürlük mücadelesinin daha çok kitlelerce duyurulması hususuna katkı sağlamasını temenni ederim.
I hope that our conference will contribute to publicize the rightful freedom struggle of Muslim Kashmir people against unjust persecution and oppression.
Bu gözü yaşlı coğrafyada bir an önce barış rüzgarının esmesi duasıyla. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullah ve Berekatuhu.
We pray that the winds of peace comes to this region as soon as possible.
Konuşmalarından ötürü dekanımız Sayın Hayati Develi'ye teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you, Professor. Konuşmalarını yapmak üzere İstanbul Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Profesör Doktor Mahmut Ak'a sözü bırakıyoruz. Next, I invite the Rector of Istanbul University, Profesör Doktor Mahmut Ak.
Saygıdeğer Serdar Mesut Han, Azad Jammu Keşmir Başkanı, Sayın Pakistan Bilgi ve İletişim Bakanı, Sayın Pakistan Büyükelçisi, Sayın Milletvekilim, değerli bilim ve siyaset insanları, sevgili katılımcılar.
His Excellency President of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, Sardar Masood Han, His Excellency Senatör, the Federal Minister for Information and Broadcasting of Pakistan, His Excellency Ambassador of Pakistan to Ankara, dear Member of Parliament, distinguished academics, distinguished guests and
Keşmir sorununun bölgesel ve uluslararası boyutlarının tartışılacağı uluslararası konferansa katılımınızdan dolayı hepinize teşekkür ederek sözlerime başlamak istiyorum.
I would like to start my words by expressing my gratitude to all of you for your participation in this international conference where the regional and international dimensions of the Kashmir problem will be discussed.
Dünyayı saran COVID-19 pandemisi nedeniyle online olarak gerçekleştireceğimiz bu organizasyonda dünyanın pek çok bölgesinden çok sayıda bilim ve siyaset insanının tebliğ sunacak olması bizleri çok sevindirdi.
We are very pleased that many scientists and politicians from different parts of the world will deliver their speeches in this conference, which is being held online due to the COVID-19 pandemic that affects the world globally.
Ne yazık ki hemen her gün dünya kamuoyuna Azad, Jammu, Keşmir'de yaşanan elim ve insanlık dışı hadiseler yansımaktadır. Asya'nın kalbi, Hindistan tacının incisi gibi isimlerle anılan ve doğal güzellikleriyle eşine az rastlanan bir konumda bulunan Jammu, Keşmir'in bu şekilde anılması acı vericidir. Bölgede yaşanan insan hakları ihlalleri, konunun bir ülkenin iç işleri boyutunu aşarak bir insanlık sorunu haline gelmesine neden olmuştur.
Unfortunately, the whole world is witnessing very tragic and inhuman events happening in Azad, Kashmir almost every day. It is painful to see that Jammu and Kashmir, which are known by the names such as the Heart of Asia and the Pearl of India, and which holds a unique position with its natural beauty, receive media coverage this way. Due to human rights violations happening in the region, the issue is no longer a regional problem. It has become a problem for humanity.
Önümüzdeki 2 gün süresince değerli katılımcılar, siyaset, uluslararası ilişkiler ve insan hakları alanıyla yakından ilişkili olan konuyu, tarihi, bölgesel ve küresel dinamiklerini tartışarak farklı açılardan detaylı bir şekilde ele alacaklar. Bu şekilde farklı disiplinleri bir araya getiren geniş kapsamlı bir organizasyon düzenlendiği için Edebiyat Fakültemizi ve sempozyum heyetini gönülden tebrik ediyorum. Konferansta yapılacak tartışmalar, konuyla yakından ilgilenen siyaset ve bilim dünyasına önemli katkı sağlayacaktır.
Önümüzdeki 2 gün içerisinde, over the next 2 days, distinguished participants will discuss the issue, which is closely related to politics, international relations, and human rights from different perspectives by focusing on historical, regional, and global dynamics in detail. I wholeheartedly congratulate our Faculty of Letters and the Symposium delegation for organizing such a comprehensive conference, which is bringing together different disciplines. And I firmly believe that discussions at the conference will make a significant contribution to the world of politics and science who are closely interested in the subject.
Son olarak dost ve kardeş Pakistan ve Hindistan hükümetlerinin görüşmeler yoluyla en kısa sürede Keşmirli kardeşlerimizin yıllardır çektikleri acıları sona erdirecek ve onların da rıza gösterecekleri bir anlaşmaya varacaklarını umut ettiğimizi ifade ederek katkıları dolayısıyla tüm katılımcılara teşekkür ediyor. Hepinizi tekrar saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Finally, I would like to state that the friendly and brotherly governments of Pakistan and India, we hope that they will end the long-lasting suffering of our Kashmiri brothers through negotiations and reach an agreement which will earn the consent of Kashmir side. I would like to thank all the participants for their contributions, and I once again greet you all respectfully.
Konuşmalarından ötürü rektörümüz Profesör Doktor Mahmut Ak'a teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you Professor. Konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Pakistan Federal Bilgi ve Yayın Bakanı Sayın Shibli Faraz'a sözü bırakıyoruz. Next, I invite our chief guest, His Excellency Senatör, the Minister for Information and Broadcasting of Pakistan, Shibli Faraz, to deliver his speech. His Excellency will be able to attend 10 minutes later. Sorry for that accident. I now want to forward. Konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Pakistan Ankara Büyükelçisi Sayın Muhammed Syrus Sajjad Qazi'ye sözü bırakıyoruz. Now I invite our honorable guest, His Excellency Ambassador of Pakistan, Mr. Muhammed Syrus Sajjad Qazi, to deliver his speech.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Honorable Shibli Faraz Saab, Foreign Minister, Pakistan Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Honorable Sardar Masood Khan Saab, President of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, Honorable Ali Shahin, Chairman of the Pakistan-Turkey Friendship Group in the Turkish Parliament, Honorable Lord Nazir Ahmed, Dr. Ghulam Nabi Fai, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen.
Sayın Shibli Faraz, Pakistan Enformasyon ve Yayın Bakanı, Sayın Sardar Masood Han, Azad Jammu ve Keşmir Cumhurbaşkanı, Sayın Ali Şahin, Türk Parlamentosu, Türkiye-Pakistan Dostluk Grubu Başkanı, Sayın Lord Nazir Ahmed, Doktor Ghulam Nabi Fai, saygıdeğer misafirler, hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler.
I would first of all like to thank the organizers of this conference for this most timely initiative. My special thanks to Dr. Halil Tokar and the Istanbul University for making this conference a reality. The emphasis on the regional and international dimensions is most appropriate.
Öncelikle bu yerinde girişim için konferansı düzenleyenlere teşekkür etmek istiyorum. Özellikle bu konferansı gerçekleştirdikleri için Doktor Halil Toker ve İstanbul Üniversitesi'ne teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Burada bu konunun bölgesel ve uluslararası boyutlarının vurgulanması çok yerindedir, uygundur.
अभी सर ये कुछ करेंगे आप इसका साइट का ये ना हो कि हम आप ही हो जाएं.
Sir, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, on 25th May 2020, George Floyd, an unarmed African-American man, was killed in Minneapolis. For more than 8 minutes, a police officer sat with his knee on Floyd's neck. He lay prone on the road, struggling to breathe under the weight of the knee. I cannot breathe. He kept repeating.
25 Mayıs 2020'de silahsız bir siyahi Amerikan vatandaşı Minneapolis'te öldürüldü. Bir polis memuru 8 dakikayı aşan bir süre boyunca Floyd'un boynuna diziyle bastırdı. Floyd polis memurunun dizinin altında nefes almakta zorlanarak çaresiz bir şekilde nefes alamıyorum diye tekrarlayıp durdu.
Onlookers filmed the distressing scene. Some of them were asking the police to let up as Floyd was clearly in distress and unable to breathe. An ambulance was called. Two other policemen restrained the rest of Floyd's prostrate form. When the ambulance arrived, Floyd's limp form was loaded onto it, and a short while later it was learned that he had died.
Etraftaki insanlar bu olayı telefonlarıyla videoya aldılar. İnsanlar Floyd'un zor durumda olduğunu ve nefes alamadığını görüp polis memurunun Floyd'u bırakmasını istediler. Bir ambulans çağrıldı. Diğer polis memuru da Floyd'u yerde yatan bitkin haliyle kontrol altında tutuyordu ve ambulans geldiğinde Floyd'un bitkin vücudu araca bindirildi. Ancak kısa süre sonra öldüğü öğrenildi.
Floyd's death sparked a wave of anger and outrage. How could this happen in this day and age? The whole world, not just Minneapolis or America, asked themselves in a moment of deep introspection.
Floyd'un ölümü tüm dünyada bir öfke ve nefret dalgası yarattı. Günümüzde bu çağda böyle bir şey nasıl olabilirdi? Sadece Minneapolis veya Amerika değil ama tüm dünyada insanlar kendilerini sorgulayarak neden böyle bir durum olduğunun üzerine düşündü.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the untimely and tragic death of one man can cause such a swell of righteous anger, how about the death of tens of thousands? If one officer's knee on a defenseless man's neck can arouse so much indignation, what of the knee of an occupation army of 700,000 strong on the collective neck of 10 million people?
Hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, eğer tek bir insanın bu şekilde zamansız ve trajik ölümü böylesine haklı bir öfke dalgasına sebep olabiliyorsa, peki on binlerce insanın ölümü için ne demeliyiz? Eğer bir polisin diziyle savunmasız bir insanın boynuna bastırarak öldürmesi böyle bir öfke dalgasına yol açıyorsa, peki 700 binlik bir güçlü işgal ordusunun dizlerinin 10 milyonluk bir halkın boynuna bastırılmasına ne demeliyiz?
If one video of Floyd's ordeal can so incense us, what of thousands of videos of Kashmiri's unenviable existence under Indian oppression?
Eğer Floyd'un katledilişine dair tek bir video bizi bu kadar etkileyebiliyorsa, Hindistan zulmü altında zor durumda olan Keşmirliler hakkındaki binlerce videoya ne demeliyiz?
The fact is that there was no excuse for the people of Minneapolis to remain silent. Similarly, there is no excuse for people and governments of the world to remain silent in the face of evidence of what India is doing to the Kashmiris.
Floyd'a olanlar hakkında kanıtlar göz önünde bulundurulduğunda Minneapolis halkının sessiz kalması affedilemezdi. Benzer bir şekilde Hindistan'ın Keşmir halkına yaptıklarının kanıtları karşısında dünyadaki hiçbir halkın ve hükümetin sessiz kalmasının bahanesi olamaz.
Just like Floyd, Kashmiris too cannot breathe. And just as we did for Floyd, we need to rise up and demand justice for the Kashmiris. In Floyd's case, there were people who were documenting the abuse he was being subjected to. Unfortunately, this is not the case for the Kashmiris.
Aynı George Floyd gibi Keşmirliler de nefes alamıyor. Tıpkı Floyd için yaptığımız gibi hepimizin ayağa kalkıp Keşmirliler için adalet istememiz gerekmektedir. Floyd'un durumunda onun maruz kaldığı şiddeti belgeleyen insanlar vardı. Ancak Keşmirliler için böyle değildir.
India has blocked entry of human rights organizations into Kashmir. It does not allow journalists to visit the territory. It has also placed restrictions on the use of internet, cell phones, social media, and even virtual private networks.
Hindistan İnsan Hakları Örgütlerinin Keşmir'e girişini engellemiştir. Gazetecilerin bölgeyi ziyaret etmesine izin vermemektedir. Aynı zamanda internet, cep telefonlarının, sosyal medyanın ve sanal özel ağların kullanılmasına sınırlandırılmalar.
When access is allowed to the internet, the speed is deliberately slowed down and a whole universe of websites blocked. The videos we do get are those that have made past the multiple choke points India has put in place in their making and transmitting.
Aynı zamanda internete erişim izni verilse bile hızı oldukça yavaşlatılmaktadır ve tüm internet siteleri engellenmektedir. Elimize geçebilen videolar ise sadece bunlar yapılırken ve iletilirken Hindistan'ın uyguladığı birçok kısıtlamadan geçirilerek yapılan ve yayılan videolardır.
In short, not only does India have its knees on the Kashmiris' neck, it is also trying its best to ensure that the Kashmiris cannot even say, "We cannot breathe." And if they do manage to say this, there should be no one to record or report this.
Kısacası Hindistan sadece dizlerini Keşmirlilerin boynuna bastırmakla kalmıyor ve Keşmirlilerin nefes alamıyoruz demesini engellemek için elinden geleni yapıyor. Keşmir halkı ise nefes alamıyoruz diyebilse dahi bunun kaydedilmesine ve başkalarıyla paylaşılmasına izin veriyor.
And yet we know what is happening in Kashmir. It is at present among the greatest forcible frauds being perpetrated on a people anywhere in the world.
Ancak biz Keşmir'de neler olduğunu biliyoruz. Şu anda dünyanın herhangi bir yerindeki insanlara yönelik en büyük haksızlıklardan bir tanesi gerçekleşmektedir.
The scale of this fraud is breathtaking. The audacity of the perpetrator of this fraud, India, is unbelievable. And unfortunately, the reaction of the international community, disturbingly short of the outrage expected of decent people and law-abiding governments.
Bu haksızlığın ölçeği olağanüstü derecede büyüktür. Bu haksızlığı gerçekleştiren Hindistan'ın cüreti inanılmaz boyuttadır ve ne yazık ki uluslararası toplumun bu olaya tepkisi dürüst insanlardan ve kanunlara uyan hükümetlerden beklenmesi gereken şiddetli tepkiden ne yazık ki son derece uzak.
In its report, Tyranny of Lawless Law, Detention Without Charge or Trial under the Jammu and Kashmir Public Safety Act, Amnesty International tells us of how India is using laws not to protect the Kashmiris, but to violate their rights.
Uluslararası Af Örgütü kanunların tiranlığı Jammu Keşmir Toplum Güvenliği yasası altında hakkında suçsuz yere alıkoyma ve yargılama adlı raporu bize Hindistan'ın kanunları Keşmirlilerin haklarını korumak için değil de bu hakları çiğnemek için nasıl kullandığını.
The 2018 and 19 reports of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the most authoritative voice on human rights in the world, echo many of the findings of other human rights organizations.
Jammu ve Keşmir'deki güvenlik güçleri tarafından işlenen insan hakları ihlallerinde hesap verebilirlikteki başarısızlıklar adındaki diğer bir Uluslararası Af Örgütü raporunda ise Hindistan işgalindeki Jammu ve Keşmir'de var olan işlenen suçların cezasız bırakılması vurgulanmaktadır.
The picture that emerges is deeply disturbing. Kashmiri's right to life is routinely violated. There are frequent extrajudicial murders and custodial deaths. More than 100 Kashmiri youth have been killed only in this year.
Ortaya çıkan tablo son derece rahatsız edicidir. Keşmir halkının yaşama hakları sürekli bir biçimde ihlal edilmektedir. Sık sık yargısız infazlar ve gözaltında ölümler gerçekleştirilmektedir. Sadece bu yıl 100'den fazla Keşmirli genç bu şekilde hayatını kaybetmiştir.
Torture is rampant and forced and involuntary disappearances take place routinely. Collective punishments are the norm. The rights of Kashmiri women are violated with impunity.
İşkence çok yaygın bir şekilde görülmektedir. Zorla veya kişinin rızası dışında ortadan kaybolmalar sık biçimde görülmektedir. Toplu cezalandırmalar norm haline gelmiştir. Ve son birkaç ayda Keşmir'de birçok ev yerle bir edilmiştir.
The right to freedom of assembly is denied. Peaceful gatherings are subjected to firing of special pellet guns that have blinded hundreds of Kashmiris over the last 5 years or so.
İnsanların toplanma özgürlüğü hakkı kabul edilmemektedir. Son 5 yıldır barışçıl gösterilerde yüzlerce Keşmirlinin görme yetisini kaybetmesine neden olan özel pelet silahlar kullanılmaktadır. Keşmir hastalıktan dolayı değil de doğal olmayan nedenlerle bir ya da iki gözünü kaybeden en çok insanın olduğu yer konumundadır.
As if this were not enough, mass graves dot the landscape of Kashmir as documented in reports of Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, etc.
Bunlara ek olarak Uluslararası Af Örgütü, İnsan Hakları İzleme Örgütü gibi birkaçını sayabileceğimiz kuruluşların raporlarında belgelendiği üzere Keşmir'in çeşitli yerlerinde toplu mezarlar mevcuttur.
Ladies and gentlemen, this scale of human rights violations would be cause for deep outrage and condemnation in any setting. That the perpetrator of these crimes is the world's largest self-described democracy, India, should only add to our outrage.
Hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, insan hakları ihlallerinin bu derecesi nerede olursa olsun derin bir öfke ve kınamaya sebebiyet verecektir. Bu suçları işleyenlerin kendisi dünyanın en büyük demokrasisi olarak tanımlayan Hindistan olması öfkemizi daha da çok artırmaktadır.
If we can rise up for George Floyd, we can also rise up for the Kashmiris. If Floyd's murderer can be put in the dock, the Kashmiris oppressor can also be put there. It is not that we do not have any evidence of India's criminal behavior in Kashmir. It is time to stand up and call for India to stop its human rights violations in Kashmir. I thank you.
Eğer George Floyd için sesimizi yükseltebiliyorsak, Keşmir halkı için de sesimizi yükseltebiliriz. Floyd'un katili cezasını bulabiliyorsa, Keşmirlilere zulüm yapanlar da aynı şekilde cezalandırılabilirler. Hindistan'ın Keşmir'de işlediği suçlar hakkında elimizde hiçbir kanıt olmadığı doğru değildir. Hindistan'ın artık insan hakları ihlallerini durdurmasının zamanı gelmiştir. Hepinize teşekkür ederim.
Sayın Büyükelçi, konuşmalarından ötürü teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Bir sonraki konuşmacımıza geçmeden önce küçük bir uyarı yapmam istendi. Bir önceki konuşmada Jammu ve Kashmir yerine Occupied Kashmir tabiri kullanılmış. Bunun için sizlerden özür diliyoruz. Dear participants, in the previous talk, there has been a small mistake, which I would like to address. Instead of Jammu and Kashmir, interpreter mentioned it as an occupied Kashmir. Please try to ignore this mistake. Thank you very much for your understanding. Konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Gaziantep Milletvekili, Türkiye-Pakistan Parlamentolar Arası Dostluk Grubu Başkanı Sayın Ali Şahin'e sözü bırakıyoruz. Now, to deliver his speech, I would like to invite our honorable guest, the Member of Parliament and the Chairman of Turkey-Pakistan Parliamentary Friendship Group, Ali Şahin. Efendim, mikrofonunuz kapalı galiba şu anda.
Evet, şimdi açık. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. Honorable Senatör, Federal Minister for Information and Broadcasting, Mr. Shibli Faraz. Honorable Excellency, Mr. Sardar Masood Khan. Respected Excellency and my brother, Mr. Syrus Sajjad Qazi, and distinguished participants. I present you all my heartfelt respects.
Sayın Azad Jammu Keşmir Başbakanı Sardar Mesudan, Sayın Enformasyon ve Yayın, Pakistan Enformasyon ve Yayın Bakanı
Federal Minister Mr. Shibli Faraz.
Federal Bakan Shibli Faraz, değerli katılımcılar, hepinizi en içten dileklerimle selamlıyorum.
It is honor for me to stand with you today to raise the voice of Kashmir together with you.
Bugün sizlerle beraber Keşmir halkının sesini duyurma çabasında yer almak benim için bir onurdur.
And also, I would like to present my special thanks to Professor Dr. Mahmud Ak, who is Rector of Istanbul University, Professor Dr. Hayati Develi, Dean of Faculty of Letters, and Professor Dr. Halil Toker, Head of Urdu Department of Istanbul University, for organizing such an important video conference to raise the painful voice of the people of Kashmir.
Ayrıca İstanbul Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Mahmud Aka, İstanbul Üniversitesi Edebiyat Fakültesi Dekanı Sayın Hayati Develi'ye ve Profesör Doktor Halil Toker'e Keşmir acı içerisinde olan Keşmir halkının sesinin duyurulması için bu konferansı organize ettikleri için teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum.
Dear friends, when we were youngsters in high school, we had three main causes and sources: cause of Palestine, cause of Kashmir, and cause of Afghanistan.
Değerli arkadaşlarım, lisedeyken hepimizin 3 tane davası vardı. Bunlardan ilki Filistin, Keşmir ve ayrıca Afganistan.
All these causes were our bleeding and open souls. And as Muslim youth, we grew up with these pains and sores.
Bunlar hepimizin kanayan yaralarıydı ve hepimiz bu acılara tanıklık ederek büyüdük.
Unfortunately, Kashmir was far away from the eyes of modern and rich world. And there was no oil to fight for the sake of human rights, democracy, and freedom. That is why modern and rich world closed their ears and eyes to the Indian oppression in Jammu and Kashmir.
Maalesef Keşmir modern dünyanın geri kalanından uzaktaydı. Uzakta olduğu için dolayısıyla demokrasi, insan hakları ve özgürlüklere, özgürlük ihlallerine çok ses çıkarılmadı ve dünya Hindistan zulmüne tepki vermekte yetersiz kaldı.
Dear friends, immediately after independence and partition, India and Pakistan had overlapping claims on Kashmir. Pakistan and India went war 2 more times in 1965 and 1999 over Kashmir.
Değerli arkadaşlarımız, bağımsızlık ve ayrılmadan sonra Pakistan ve Hindistan arasında Keşmir ile ilgili sorunlar oldu. 1965 ve 1999 yıllarında 2 tane savaş oldu.
In fact, Jammu and Kashmir is one of the oldest conflicts that has remained on the agenda of United Nations.
Esasen Jammu ve Keşmir konusu Birleşmiş Milletler'in gündeminde yer alan en eski sorunlardan bir tanesidir.
Actually, the founding father of Pakistan, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, proposed in 1947 that all disputes be brought before the international community and settled in the United Nations. But this proposal was reciprocated.
Esasen Pakistan'ın kurucusu 1997'de bu sorunun uluslararası toplum nezdinde ve Birleşmiş Milletler çözümleri dahilinde çözüme kavuşturulması teklifini sundu. Ancak bu teklif kabul görmedi.
The United Nations Security Council Resolutions 47, 51, 80, 96, 98, 122 and 126 decided that the final disposition of the state of Jammu and Kashmir will be made in accordance with the will of the people expressed through the democratic method of the free and impartial plebiscite conducted under the auspices of the United Nations.
Birleşmiş Milletler kararları Jammu Keşmir hakkındaki nihai kararın insanların kendi iradeleri doğrultusunda verilmesini öngördü. Bu doğrultuda bu bölgede gerçekleştirilecek bir referandum ile nihai kararın verilmesi tasarlandı.
With those decisions, United Nations Security Council took the position that final resolution of the conflict rested with the governments of India and Pakistan and depended on their goodwill.
Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi'nin kararı bu mevcut sorunun nihai çözümünün Hindistan ve Pakistan'ın ellerinde olduğunu ve Hindistan ve Pakistan'ın iyi niyeti dahilinde çözülebileceğini sonucuna vardı.
But despite of Pakistan's positive and peaceful steps, this call was rejected by India many times.
Pakistan'ın bu noktada pozitif ve barışçıl tutumlarına karşın bu adımlar Hindistan tarafından reddedildi.
In line with that position, Turkey is of the view that the Kashmir issue should be resolved through dialogue between India and Pakistan on the basis of the relevant UN Security Council resolutions and in line with the aspirations of the people of Kashmir.
Bunlar doğrultusunda Türkiye devleti de bu konunun Hindistan ve Pakistan hükümetleri arasında yapılacak diyalogla ve Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi'nin kararları doğrultusunda ve Jammu Keşmir halkının isteklerini göz önünde bulundurarak karara vardırılması görüşündedir.
According to United Nations Security Council resolutions, no unilateral steps should be taken to alter that situation.
Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi'nin kararları doğrultusunda hiçbir taraf tarafından tek yönlü adımlar atılmamalıdır.
However, India's decision of last August to revoke the special status of the Jammu and Kashmir through Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act and following Jammu Kashmir Reorganization Order of April 22, 2020, further increased the tensions in the region.
Ancak Hindistan'ın Jammu ve Keşmir'in özel statüsü hakkındaki maddeye yürürlükten kaldırarak Jammu Keşmir'in özel statüsünü değiştirmesi ve aynı şekilde geçen Nisan'ın 22'si ve 23'ünde gerçekleşen olaylar burada bu sürecin sekteye uğramasına sebep olmuştur.
Unfortunately, the continuing lockdown for more than 10 months affecting the lives of more than 8 million Kashmiris.
10 ayı aşkın süredir devam eden kısıtlamalar 80 milyonu aşkın Keşmirli'nin hayatını etkilemeye devam etmektedir.
Their freedoms are curtailed by frequent curfews and arrests of local politicians, community leaders, and activists.
Keşmir halkının özgürlükleri, sokağa çıkma yasakları, yerel politikacılar, toplum liderleri ve aktivistlerin tutuklanması gibi sebepler nedeniyle bu halkın özgürlükleri kısıtlanmaktadır.
The risk of altering demographics of the region worsened their situation.
Bölgenin demografik yapısının değiştirilmeye çalışılması da sorunun kötüleşmesine sebebiyet vermektedir.
International organizations have been underlining the violations of human rights in 2018 and in 2019. The UN Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights released reports highlighting the human rights violations in Jammu and Kashmir.
Uluslararası örgütler de bölgede gerçekleşen insan hakları ihlallerine vurgu yapmaktadır. Birleşmiş Milletler İnsan Hakları Konseyi de 2018 ve 2019 yılında bölgede gerçekleşen insan hakları ihlallerine vurgu yapmaktadır.
The United Nations Human Rights Chief Michelle Bachelet repeatedly expressed her concerns for situation in Kashmir and stressed the impacts of one-sided steps taken by the government of India and emphasized that Kashmiri people should be included in any decision-making process for the region that has an impact on their future.
Birleşmiş Milletler İnsan Hakları Genel Sekreteri Michelle Bachelet de Hindistan tarafından atılan tek taraflı adımlarla alakalı endişelerini dile getirmişlerdir ve karar verme süreçlerine Keşmir halkının dahil edilmesini istemişlerdir.
Another issue that begs attention is the rising anti-Muslim rhetoric in India, which is interlinked with the ongoing plight of our Kashmiri brothers and sisters.
Bölgede dikkat çeken başka bir konuysa Keşmirli kardeşlerimizin yaşadığı sorunu daha da ciddileştiren anti-Müslüman karşıtı söylemlerdir.
Muslims of India have been accused of spreading COVID-19. This brazen example of hate speech and discrimination by certain segments of Indian society and even by some government officials cannot be tolerated.
Hindistan'daki Müslümanların COVID virüsünü yaydığı iddiaları mevcuttur. Hem toplum nezdinde hem de hükümet görevlileri tarafından kullanılan bu nefret söylemleri ve yapılan bu ayrımcılık kesinlikle kabul edilebilir değildir.
Of course, this rhetoric is worsening the situation of Kashmiris as the most vulnerable Muslims in the region.
Bölgedeki en hassas konumdaki olan Müslümanlar olarak Keşmir halkının durumu da bu söylemler sebebiyle daha da kötü bir hale almaktadır.
The international community cannot afford to ignore this issue as any conflict between two nuclear armed countries would have negative side effects beyond the region.
İki tane nükleer güce sahip ülke arasında çıkabilecek bir daha kötüleşebilecek bir durumun uluslararası toplum göz ardı etmeye devam etmemelidir.
The Jammu and Kashmir dispute is a core issue for the peace and stability of South Asia.
Cammu ve Keşmir konusu Güney Asya'nın barış ve istikrarı açısından temel bir meseledir.
We wish to see this issue is settled through peaceful means and meaningful dialogue between India and Pakistan in accordance with relevant UN Security Council resolutions.
Bu Hindistan ve Pakistan arasındaki bu sorunun diyalog ve barışçıl yöntemlerle ve aynı şekilde Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi kararlarına uygun bir şekilde çözümlendirilmesi gerektiğine inanıyoruz.
Most recently, the clashes between India and China has reminded the world how precarious the situation in the region is.
Son zamanlarda Hindistan ve Çin arasındaki çatışma da bölgedeki durumun ne kadar belirsiz olduğunu ortaya koymuştur.
Overwhelming majority of the problems that beset the region evolves around unresolved border issues around Kashmir.
Bölgede mevcut problemlerin büyük bir çoğunluğu Keşmir'deki düzen sorununun etrafında dönmektedir. Bu sorundan kaynaklanmaktadır.
Turkey is strong advocate of fair, sustainable, and lasting diplomatic solution, which would be to the benefit of the Kashmiris first.
Türkiye öncelikle Keşmir halkının faydasına olacak bir şekilde bölgedeki sorunun adil, istikrarlı ve kalıcı bir şekilde çözümlendirilmesi gerektiğine inanmaktadır.
But the resolution of this conflict is indispensable for durable peace and stability in South Asia and beyond.
Bu sorunun çözümü yalnızca Güney Asya değil, dünyanın geri kalanında da barış ve istikrarın sağlanması açısından önem arz etmektedir.
Raising the voice of our Kashmir brothers and sisters, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, in his historical speech, both in UN General Assembly and Federal Parliament of Pakistan, put forward powerful and historical stand and solidarity with the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
Keşmirli kardeşlerimizin bu davasında Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı Recep Tayyip Erdoğan da Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda ve Pakistan Parlamentosu'nda yaptığı konuşmada tarihi bir tutum sergilemiştir.
If India describes itself as the largest democracy, then it is our right to expect India to respect rights of Kashmiri people.
Eğer Hindistan kendini büyük bir demokrasi olarak tanımlıyorsa, biz de Hindistan'ın insanların haklarına saygı göstermesini bekleme hakkına sahibiz.
Dear brothers, as I already said many times in my speeches about Kashmir, we have to create Muslim mechanisms to solve our Muslim neighborhood problems.
Daha önceki konuşmalarımda da Keşmir'le alakalı söylediğim gibi Müslüman coğrafyamızdaki sorunu çözmek için Müslüman mekanizmalar yaratmak durumundayız.
Problems of Muslim neighborhood must be solved by the children of Muslim neighborhood and by Muslim mechanisms.
Bu mevcut problemler Müslüman dünyası ve Müslüman mekanizmalar tarafından çözülmelidir.
Foreign interventions to Muslim neighborhoods deepen our problems, turning the problems into crisis and poisoning relations among Muslims.
Olaya dışarıdan dış ülkelerin müdahil olması bu problemi derinleştirmektedir ve Müslümanlar arasındaki ilişkileri de kötüleştirmektedir.
Another important point that I give importance is to internationalize the Kashmir issue by putting it in world agenda and keeping it alive there.
Başka önemli bir husus ise Keşmir konusunun uluslararası bir boyuta ve dünya gündemine taşınması ve bu konunun dünya gündeminde canlılığını korumasıdır.
As an end, our Kashmiri brothers and sisters must know that children of Srinagar are the children of Ankara.
Sözlerime son verirken Keşmirli kardeşlerimiz Srinagar'ın çocuklarının Ankara'nın çocukları olduğunu bilmelerini isterim.
Women of Kashmir Valley are the women of Anatolia.
Keşmir Vadisi'nin kadınları Anadolu'nun kadınlarıdır.
Tears of the Kashmiri mothers are the tears of Turkish mothers.
Keşmirli annelerin gözyaşları Türk annelerinin gözyaşlarıdır.
Kashmir is our contemporary Çanakkale and Dardanelles. You were with us in Çanakkale in those days, and we are with you today there in Kashmir.
Keşmir Keşmir Çanakkale gibidir. Siz bizlerle Çanakkale'de o zamanlarda bizim yanımızda yer aldınız ve biz de bugün sizlerin yanınızda yer alıyoruz.
I wish a fruitful conference for all and especially for the people of Kashmir. Thank you very much.
Hepinize ve özellikle Keşmir halkına faydalı bir konferans temenni ediyorum.
Konuşmalarını yapmak üzere öncelikle konuşmalarından ve değerli katılımlarından ötürü Sayın Şahin'e teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you for the speech and your participation, Mr. Şahin. Konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Azad Jammu ve Keşmir Cumhurbaşkanı Sardar Masood Khan'a sözü bırakıyoruz. Next, I call upon the guest of honor, His Excellency, the President of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, Sardar Masood Khan, to deliver his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I thank the Istanbul University for organizing this very timely conference on regional and international dimensions of the Kashmir dispute. Honorable, yes, please go ahead, translate.
Öncelikle İstanbul Üniversitesi'ne bu konunun bölgesel ve uluslararası boyutlarının tartışıldığı ve bu zamanlaması güzel organizasyondan dolayı teşekkürlerimi sunmak istiyorum.
Honorable Shibli Faraz, Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Pakistan. Honorable Ali Şahin, who is the Member of Parliament and Chairman of the Turkish-Pakistan Parliamentary Friendship Group. Honorable Ambassador Syrus Qazi, and dignitaries from the Istanbul University, especially Professor Dr. Muhammad Ak, who is the rector of the university, Dr. Hayat Develi, Dean, Faculty of Arts, and Dr. Khalil Tokar, Head of Urdu Department. Assalamu alaikum.
Sayın Shibli Faraz'a, Pakistan Enformasyon ve Yayın Bakanı, Türkiye-Pakistan Parlamento Dostluk Grubu, Sayın Milletvekili Ali Şahin'e, Sayın Pakistan Büyükelçisi'ne, İstanbul Üniversitesi Rektörüne, İstanbul Üniversitesi Edebiyat Fakültesi Dekanına ve Profesör Halil Toker'e teşekkürlerimi sunmak istiyorum.
I also recognize the presence of Dr. Ghulam Nabi Fai from the United States, Lord Nazir Ahmad from the United Kingdom, and Dr. Farhan Mujahid Chak from Qatar.
Ayrıca burada Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nden Nabi Fai, Birleşik Krallık'tan Lord Nazir ve Muhammed Çak'a da buradaki katılımlarından dolayı selamlarımı sunuyorum.
Especially thank Dr. Farhan Mujahid Chak for launching a Turkish edition of a digital platform called Kashmir Civitas.
Özellikle de Farhan Mücahit Çaka Türk dijital bu konudaki Türk dijital platformu oluşturduğu için özel teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Ak, Director of the Istanbul University, for organizing this two-day conference on Kashmir. I recall my last visit to the Istanbul University on April the 30th last year, and at that time, you had organized a conference on Muhammad Akif, your national poet, and Allama Iqbal, Pakistan's national poet. I had the privilege of sitting with you in your beautiful office, and I also visited an exhibition downstairs. So I have very fond memories of my last visit to the Istanbul University.
İstanbul Üniversitesi Rektörü Sayın Akada bu konferansı gerçekleştirdikleri için, bu 2 günlük konferansı gerçekleştirdikleri için teşekkürlerimi sunuyorum. Geçen yıl Nisan'ın 30'unda Türkiye'ye yaptığım ziyaretimden çok güzel anılarım var. Sizi son ziyaret ettiğimde siz şair Mehmet Akif ile ilgili bir konferans düzenliyordunuz ve aynı zamanda bir sergi de vardı. Sizin ofisinizde bu konferansa katılmak benim için bir ayrıcalıktı. Son ziyaretimden çok güzel anılarım var.
Mr. Ali Şahin, you are an ambassador of Turkey and Pakistan, and we also have Pakistan's ambassador there, Syrus Qazi, who is doing a wonderful job in cementing and forging ties between our two countries.
Sayın Ali Şahin, siz Türkiye ve Pakistan arasında büyükelçilik görevi görürken bizim Büyükelçimiz Syrus Qazi de Türkiye-Pakistan ilişkilerinin güçlendirilmesinde çok önemli bir göreve sahip.
Dr. Tokar, you are a bridge between Pakistan and Turkey, and the Istanbul University has this unique distinction of being the first foreign university to start classes in Urdu back in 1915.
Sayın Toker, siz de Türkiye ve Pakistan arasında bir köprü görevi görmektesiniz. İstanbul Üniversitesi 1915'te ilk Urduca eğitimine başlayan üniversite olarak da ayrıcalıklı bir konuma sahip.
The people of Azad Kashmir in Turkey have a very strong bond because after the 2005 earthquake, Turkey was the first responder and helped us rebuild 3 of our cities, and it has left behind a deep Turkish imprint on the hearts and minds of the people of Azad Kashmir.
Ayrıca Azad Keşmir ve Türk halkının bağları da oldukça güçlü. 2005 yılında bölgede meydana gelen depremden sonra ilk yardıma koşan ülke Türkiye'ydi. Türkiye 3 tane şehrimizin yeniden yapılandırılmasında büyük yardım sundu ve dolayısıyla halkımızın kalbinde ve zihninde çok ciddi izler bıraktı.
President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, who was the Prime Minister at that time in 2009, he visited Muzaffarabad, the capital of Azad Jammu and Kashmir.
2009 yılında o zamanların Başbakanı Sayın Erdoğan da Jammu Keşmir'in başkenti Muzaffarabad'ı bir ziyaret gerçekleştirmişti.
In his address to Pakistani Parliament in 2017 and 2020, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has expressed strong solidarity with the people of Jammu and Kashmir and has advocated a diplomatic solution to give the right to self-determination to the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
Ayrıca Sayın Erdoğan 2017 ve 2020 yıllarında Pakistan parlamentosunda yaptığı konuşmalarda Jammu Keşmir halkıyla güçlü bir dayanışma içerisinde olduklarını belirtmiş. Aynı zamanda bizim bölgedeki çözüm yöntemimiz, yani halkın isteklerinin göz önünde bulundurularak çözüme kavuşturulması yöntemimizin de savunucusu olmuştur.
We are grateful to President Erdogan for raising the issue of Jammu and Kashmir at the high-level session of the United Nations General Assembly last September, in which once again he reiterated the diplomatic solution for the resolution of the Jammu and Kashmir dispute. And he also criticized India for the steps it had taken on August the 5th last year.
Aynı şekilde Sayın Erdoğan'a Jammu Keşmir konusunu dile getirdikleri için müteşekkir olduğumuzu belirtmek istiyorum. Geçen Eylül ayında Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurul toplantısında bu konu Jammu Keşmir konusunda diplomatik çözüm konusuna vurgu yapmıştır. Aynı zamanda Ağustos'un 5'inde meydana gelen olaylar sebebiyle Hindistan'ı da eleştirmiştir.
Well, Turkey has also launched a song on Kashmir. The title of the song is Kashmir is My Name. By launching this song, you have touched our hearts. The song itself is really touching, teary, and heart-wrenching.
Aynı zamanda Türkiye bir şarkıyla da oluşturmuştur ve bu benim adımdan esinlenmiştir ve hepimizin kalplerine dokunmuştur.
Now let me turn to the situation in Jammu and Kashmir.
Şimdi Jammu Keşmir'deki duruma geri dönmek istiyorum.
The people of Jammu and Kashmir have been striving for their freedom and liberty for the past 200 years.
Jammu Keşmir halkı 200 yılı aşkın süredir kendi özgürlükleri için savaş halindedir.
First against the tyrannical rule of the Maharaja of Kashmir, and since 1947 against the despotic rule of India.
1934'ten beri Hindistan'ın despotik yönetimine karşı gelmeye çalışmaktadır.
Since 1947, 500,000 Kashmiris have been killed by the Indian occupation forces.
1947 yılından beri 500 bini aşkın insanımız Hindistan güçleri tarafından öldürülmüştür.
Thousands of people have been massacred and killed. Thousands of women have been raped. Young men, in fact, men, women of all ages have been blinded, and people are illegally detained in concentration camps.
Binlerce insan katliama uğramış, öldürülmüştür. Binlerce kadın tecavüze uğramıştır. Birçok genç, yalnızca gençler de değil, tüm yaş gruplarından insanlar görme yetisini kaybetmiştir ve birçok insan toplama kamplarında hukuka aykırı bir şekilde tutulmaktadır.
Since 1989, 100,000 Kashmiris have been killed by the occupation forces, and the killing continues as we speak today.
1981 yılından beri bini aşkın Keşmirli işgal güçleri tarafından öldürülmüştür ve bu sayı artmaya da devam etmektedir.
Last year on August the 5th, India invaded the occupied Jammu and Kashmir, reoccupied it, and is trying to turn it into a colony.
Geçen yıl Ağustos'un 5'inde Hindistan Jammu Keşmir'i işgal etmiştir ve bir sömürgeye çevirmeye çalışmaktadır.
It has divided the occupied territory into two parts and has called them union territories, which are now being ruled directly by New Delhi without the consent of the people of the occupied territory.
Bölgeyi iki parçaya ayırmıştır ve şu anda bu bölge Delhi tarafından yönetilmektedir. Ancak halkın rızası dışında Delhi tarafından yönetilmektedir.
It has gone a step further. It has issued fake maps showing Azad Jammu and Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan, which are with Pakistan as part of the Indian territory or the Indian state.
Ve gerçek olmayan haritalar çıkartarak Azad Jammu Keşmir'i Hindistan devletinin bir bölgesi olarak göstermektedir.
On April the 2nd this year, India enforced these new laws or rules, which are called domicile rules, new domicile rules, whereby the people of Jammu and Kashmir have been disenfranchised. They do not have their rights to permanent residence, to owning property, their right to education and employment.
Bu sene Hindistan Nisan'ın 2'sinde yeni bir yasa ya da kurallar olarak adlandırabileceğimiz bazı kurallar yürürlüğe koymuştur ve bunlara konut kuralları adını vermiştir. Ve bu Keşmir halkının oturum hakkı, eğitime erişim hakkı ve konut sahibi olabilme haklarını ellerinden almaktadır.
A couple of days ago, on June the 25th, in a very short period, they have given citizenship rights to 20,000 non-native Hindus from all over India, and they are settling them in the occupied territory.
Çok birkaç gün önce, çok kısa bir süre önce gerçekleşti. 21 Haziran'da çok kısa bir süre içerisinde Hindistan'ın farklı bölgelerinden 20.000 Hintliye vatandaşlık vermiş ve bu işgal edilen bölgelere yerleştirmişlerdir.
They are opening floodgates of such importation and immigration of Hindus from all over India and settle them in Kashmir to change the demographic composition of the occupied territory like it has happened in the West Bank in Palestine.
Filistin'de Batı Şeria'da olduğu gibi farklı bölgelerden bu bölgelere insanları yerleştirerek bölgenin demografik yapısının değiştirilmesi amaçlanmaktadır.
India has also threatened Pakistan with war, even by using nuclear weapons, and it has also threatened to attack Azad Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan militarily.
Sorry, I was unmuted. Ayrıca Hindistan, Pakistan'la savaşın eşiğine gelmiş ve nükleer silahları kullanma tehdidiyle Azad Keşmir'i işgal etme ve bölgeye bir askeri saldırı yapma tehdidinde bulundu.
There is also rise in Islamophobia in India and anti-Muslimism. This also has a direct and indirect impact on the occupied territory of Jammu and Kashmir.
Ayrıca Hindistan'da artan bir İslamofobi ve Müslüman karşıtlığı vardır ve bu da bölgedeki sorunun, Keşmir için sorunun büyümesine sebebiyet vermektedir.
The clash between India and China at the Galwan Valley in the Ladakh territory has made the situation in the Jammu and Kashmir territory more turbulent.
Hindistan ve Çin arasındaki çatışmada bu sorunu daha çalkantılı bir hale getirmiştir.
China has objected to the steps India took on August the 5th last year. They have especially objected to the declaration of Ladakh as a union territory by India.
Çin özellikle Ağustos'un 5'inde Hindistan tarafından atılan adımlara karşı çıkmıştır. Özellikle birleşme bölgesi adı altında alınan kararlara karşı çıkmıştır.
Because of the situation in Ladakh, Kashmir has been further internationalized.
Ladakh'taki durumdan dolayı Keşmir konusu daha da fazla uluslararası bir boyut kazanmaktadır.
China helped Pakistan with the debate in the Security Council last year. China is a permanent member, and with China's help, we were able to hold three informal sessions of the Security Council last year. All these sessions were on Kashmir.
Çin Pakistan'a yardım etmiştir ve Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi'nde bu konu iki informal oturumda tartışılmıştır. Çin kalıcı bir üyedir ve bu iki oturumun tamamı da Keşmir konusu üzerindedir.
There's also been a military alignment between Pakistan and China recently because India has threatened China and India has threatened Pakistan, and it has indicated its intention to attack both countries. So there has been an indirect, implicit military alignment between Pakistan and China.
Aynı zamanda Çin ve Pakistan arasında bir askeri bir bağ da oluşmaya başlamıştır. Çünkü Hindistan Çin'i ve Hindistan'ı tehdit etmiştir ve her iki ülkeye de saldırma niyetlerini belirtmiştir. Ve bu da dolaylı olarak Çin ve Pakistan arasında bir askeri bağ sebebiyet vermiştir.
Well, because of the aggravating steps taken by India, there is a serious risk of war here in this region.
Hindistan tarafından atılan ve gittikçe kötüleşen adımlar sebebiyle ciddi bir savaş riski mevcuttur.
This war could escalate to the nuclear level.
Ve bu savaş askeri bir nükleer bir düzeye de tırmanabilir.
If there's a nuclear war, it would affect India and Pakistan and South Asia, but it would also affect the entire world, about 2.5 billion people all around the world.
Şüphesiz ki nükleer savaş Hindistan'ı, Pakistan'ı ve Güney Asya'yı etkileyecektir. Ancak sadece bununla sınırlı kalmayacaktır. 2,5 milyar insan dünya genelinde böyle bir nükleer savaştan etkilenecektir.
There would be disease, death, and destruction all around the world.
Tüm dünyada hastalık, borçlar ve yıkımlar mevcuttur.
There would be massive refugee outflows to different parts of the world.
Dünyanın çeşitli bölgelerine mülteci akımları başlayacaktır.
There would be an economic recession.
Ekonomik durgunluk ortaya çıkacaktır.
If there's a war, or if a war breaks out here in South Asia between Pakistan and India, or Pakistan, India and China, it would be more dangerous than COVID-19.
Eğer ki Güney Asya'da Hindistan ve Pakistan ya da Hindistan, Pakistan ve Çin arasında bir savaş patlak verirse COVID-19'dan daha ciddi bir tehlike ortaya çıkacaktır.
Well, a bigger game has started here in the Asia Pacific region and in the line of actual control encircling China. And I think that the United States would give rhetorical help to India, but it would not help it militarily against China, despite the statements given by the United States Secretary of State Pompeo.
Burada Asya-Pasifik bölgesinde başka bir oyun ortaya çıkmıştır. Çin'i çevreleyen kontrol hattında ve Amerika'nın Çin'e askeri yardımı olmayacaktır. Ancak söylemlerle Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nin bu konuda yardım edebileceğini düşünmekteyiz.
It is possible that both India and China would resort to diplomacy and try to diffuse the tension.
Hem Hindistan hem Pakistan'ın diplomasi yoluna başvurarak bu tansiyonu ortadan kaldırabileceği de düşünülmelidir.
Let me turn to Turkey once again. Last year in November, I attended a conference, an international conference on Kashmir. I was invited to address that conference, and it was on Kashmir turmoil, emerging threats to peace, and the role of the international community. It was organized and hosted by the Institute of Strategic Thinking and the Lahore Center for Peace Research.
Bir kez daha Türkiye'ye dönmek istiyorum. Geçen sene Kasım ayında Keşmir hakkında uluslararası bir konferansa katılmıştım. Bu Keşmir sorunu, barış ve uluslararası toplumun rolü ismindeydi ve stratejik düşünme ve Lahor barış araştırma grubu tarafından organize edilmişti.
I thank the Turkish people, the Turkish media, particularly Anadolu Agency, TRT, television networks, social media, and political parties, and in this cross-party consensus on Kashmir in Turkey, civil society, Turkish civil society, for keeping the issue of Jammu and Kashmir alive and for continuously expressing their solidarity with Pakistan and with the people of Jammu and Kashmir.
Ben Türk halkına, Türk medyasına, özellikle Anadolu Ajansı'na TRT'ye, diğer televizyonlara, sosyal medyaya ve siyasi partilere teşekkürlerimi sunmak istiyorum. Türkiye'de siyasi partiler arasında bu konu üzerinde bir uzlaşma mevcut. Aynı şekilde insanlar da bu konuyu önemsiyor ve bu konunun gündemde tutulması gerektiği yönünde beyanlarda bulunuyor. Ve hem Pakistan hem Jammu Keşmir halkının yanında dayanışmasıyla halkının yanında yer alıyor.
United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres recently appealed to the Indian government not to detain and kill Kashmiri children. And you would recall that in 2018 and 2019, the High Commissioner for Human Rights had released 2 reports on harrowing human rights situation in the Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir. We appreciate these steps, but this is not enough. The United Nations is not playing the role it ought to be playing to resolve the issue of Jammu and Kashmir and to stop massacres in the occupied territory.
Birleşmiş Milletler'den Antonio Guterres Hindistan'a uyarıda bulunmuş ve insanların yasa dışı bir şekilde tutuklanmaması konusunda çağrıda bulunmuştur. 2018 ve 2019 yıllarından hatırlayacağımız İnsan Hakları Komisyonu raporlarına göre bu raporlar Jammu Keşmir bölgesindeki insan hakları ihlallerini açık bir şekilde göstermektedir. Bu atılan adımları takdir etmekle birlikte Birleşmiş Milletler'in bölgede oynaması gerektiği rolü oynamadığını, üstlenmediğini düşünüyoruz. Birleşmiş Milletler'in bölgedeki krizin çözüme kavuşturulması ve aynı şekilde yapılan katliamların durdurulması için daha aktif rol alması gerektiğine inanıyorum.
We have full trust in the Turkish leadership, and we appeal to the Turkish leadership, President Erdogan and his associates, to play a mediatory role, because they can talk to Delhi, they can talk to Pakistan, and we are also grateful to the Turkish leadership for clearly recognizing that Jammu and Kashmir is not a bilateral dispute, that it has 3 parties, Pakistan, India, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir. And the people of Jammu and Kashmir have to determine their political future in accordance with the United Nations Security Council resolutions.
Bizim burada Türkiye'ye sonsuz güvenimiz var. Özellikle Sayın Erdoğan'ın bu konuda üstlenebileceği role güveniyoruz. Kendisi Delhi ile konuşup müzakere edebilir, Pakistan'la müzakere edebilir. Aynı zamanda burada Türkiye'nin liderlik etmesi gerektiğine inanıyoruz ve Türkiye'nin buradaki sorunun 2 taraflı değil, 3 taraflı olduğunu kabul etmesini de takdir ediyoruz. Çünkü buradaki sorun 2 taraflı değil, 3 taraflıdır ve bu taraflar Pakistan, Hindistan ve Jammu Keşmir halkının kendileridir. Dolayısıyla bir sorunun Jammu Keşmir halkının istekleri göz önünde bulundurularak ve Birleşmiş Milletler çözümleri uyarınca yapılması gerekmektedir.
Turkey in the past has steered humanitarian diplomacy in Somalia and in the Philippines, and it has had success. I would encourage Turkish leadership and Turkish civil society organizations to explore the possibility of humanitarian diplomacy in Kashmir, and it should try to engage Pakistan, India, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir, and it should not take India's no for an answer.
Bu konuda tekrar Türk liderliğine güvendiğimizi belirtmek istiyoruz. Türkiye geçmişte Somali ve Filipinler'de diplomasiye yön vermiş ve başarılı olmuştur. Yalnızca Türk hükümeti değil, ayrıca sivil toplumda bu bölgede insani diplomasi köprü görevi görmelidir. Bu konunun çözümünde Pakistan, Hindistan ve de Jammu Keşmir halklarını dahil etmeli ve Hindistan'ın bu konudaki isteksizliğini kabul etmemelidir.
I have proposed that our boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement should be started against India because of its atrocities in the Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir. And as a first step, I have suggested that OIC countries, Muslim countries, should ban import of non-halal meat and non-halal products from India.
Ben daha önce bir konuyu önermiştim. Bunlar da Hindistan'ın boykot edilmesi ve Hindistan'ın yaptığı zulümler sebebiyle Hindistan'ın boykot edilmesi ve Hindistan'a bazı yaptırımların uygulanmasıydı. Ve ben burada OECD ülkelerinin, Müslüman ülkelerinin Hindistan'dan gelen helal olmayan et ve ürünleri ithalat yasağı koyması gerektiğini düşünüyorum ve öneriyorum.
I would also appeal to Turkey to help us establish a Kashmir humanitarian fund with the support of the Islamic Development Bank and Islamic Solidarity Fund.
Aynı zamanda Türkiye'nin bize İslam Kalkınma Bankası ve İslam Dayanışma Fonu'nun yardımıyla bir Keşmir İnsani Fonu'nun kurulması konusunda yardım etmesini istiyorum.
We should strengthen university-to-university relations between the academic institutions of Pakistan and Turkey and Azad Kashmir public sector universities.
Biz üniversiteler arasındaki ilişkileri geliştirmeliyiz. Türkiye, Pakistan ve Jammu Keşmir devlet üniversiteleri arasındaki akademik ilişkilerinin iyileştirilmesi ve güçlendirilmesi gerektiğini düşünüyorum.
This would enable us to create our own political ecosystem for conflict resolution.
Bu var olan sorunun çözülmesinde kendi politik ekosistemimizin oluşturulması konusunda bize yardımcı olacaktır.
And in this context, I fully agree with Mr. Ali Şahin that conflicts that affect Muslim countries or Muslim populations should be resolved through Muslim mechanisms.
Bu bağlamda Sayın Ali Şahin'e katılıyorum ve Müslüman ülkelerdeki var olan krizlerin Müslüman mekanizmalar vasıtasıyla çözümlendirilmesi gerektiğine inanıyorum.
More importantly, we should cement and strengthen economic ties between Pakistan and Turkey and Azad Jammu and Kashmir.
Aynı zamanda Türkiye ve Pakistan ve Azad Jammu Keşmir arasındaki ekonomik bağların da güçlendirilmesi gerektiğine inanıyorum.
Right now, we have two priorities. First is stop import of Hindus from all over India into the Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir. Start a campaign against it because time is of the essence. They want to import about 2 million Hindus from all over India and change the demographic composition. 2 to 3 years down the road, it would be too late. Time is of the essence. This is priority number one.
Şu anda bizim 2 tane önceliğimiz var. İlki Hindistan'ın farklı bölgelerinden bu bölgeye insan hareketini durdurmak. Hindistan şu anda bölgeye 2 milyonu aşkın insan yerleştirmeyi ve bölgenin demografik yapısını değiştirmeyi hedefliyor. Biz bu konuda bir kampanya başlatmalıyız. 2-3 yıllık bir süre çok geç olabilir. Zaman burada çok önemli. Hemen hareket edilmeli.
And the second is build international pressure on India to stop killings in Kashmir.
Hindistan'ın bölgedeki katliamlarını durdurmak için uluslararası bir baskı oluşturmamız gerekmekte.
As Ambassador Qazi said, Kashmiri lives matter. Hear the screams of SOS, save our souls of the Kashmiris, save their bodies, save their souls.
Sayın Büyükelçi Qazi'nin de söylediği gibi Keşmir halkının hayatı önemlidir. Burada bizim Keşmir halkının yardım çığlıklarına kulak vermemiz ve hayatlarını ve onların ruhlarını kurtarmamız gerekiyor.
I was touched, deeply touched by the concluding words of Mr. Ali Shahin, and I just want to repeat them. He said, children of Srinagar are children of Ankara. He said, women of Kashmir are women of Anatolia. And he said, tears of the mothers of Kashmir are the tears of the mothers of Turkey. Thank you so much.
Özellikle Ali Şahin'in son sözlerinden çok etkilendim. Kendisi Srinagar'ın çocukları, Ankara'nın çocuklarıdır. Anadolu'nun kadınları, Keşmir'in kadınları Anadolu'nun kadınlarıdır ve Keşmirli annelerin gözyaşları bizim annelerimizin gözyaşıdır dedi. Hepinize teşekkürler.
Evet, konuşmalarından ötürü Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı'na teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you, Mr. President. Federal Bilgi ve Yayın Bakanı Sayın Shibli Faraz başka bir toplantıya katılmak zorunda olduğundan maalesef konferansımıza katılamayacağını iletti. Fakat kendisi metnini gönderdi ve Pakistan Ankara Büyükelçisi Sayın Muhammed Syrus Sajjad Qazi bu metni okuyacak. Our chief guest, His Excellency Senatör, the Minister for Information and Broadcasting of Pakistan, Shibli Faraz, had to attend another meeting. Therefore, he will not be able to deliver his speech. However, Mr. Faraz sent his speech and His Excellency Ambassador of Pakistan, Mr. Muhammad Syrus Sajjad Qazi, will read it. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Tekin Bey. Dear participants, Tekin Bey has explained to you that unfortunately our minister, who is the chief guest, also Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Shibli Faraz, had to leave. It is now my pleasure and honor and privilege to read out his comments to the conference.
Maalesef Pakistan Enformasyon ve Yayın Bakanı aramızdan ayrıldı. Dolayısıyla kendisinin konuşmasını sizlerle paylaşacağım.
Honorable Sardar Masood Khan, President AJK, Lord Nazir Ahmed, Member British House of Lords, Honorable Professor Dr. Halil Tokar, Respected Professor Dr. Hayat Develi, Honorable Rector Professor Dr. Mahmood Ak, Assalamu alaikum. Shall I continue?
Hava Hanım.
Sorry, I was muted and I didn't realize that. Sayın Azad Jammu Keşmir Cumhurbaşkanı, Sayın Sardar Masood Han, Britanya Lordlar Kamerası Lord Nazir, Sayın Halil Toker, Hayati Develi ve Sayın Mahmut Ak, İstanbul Üniversitesi Rektörü Mahmut Ak, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
First and foremost, I would like to express my appreciation for this initiative to highlight regional and international dimensions of the Kashmir issue. The unflinching support by our Turkish brethren for the Kashmiri people is highly commendable.
Öncelikle Keşmir sorununun uluslararası ve bölgesel boyutlarını ele alan bu konferansı düzenlediğiniz için ve Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı'nın desteği için hepinize teşekkürlerimi sunmak istiyorum.
The Turkish people, government, intelligentsia, and media have also come to the fore in raising their voice against the unending and heartless Indian brutality against the Kashmiri people. For this, I cannot thank you enough.
Yalnızca Türk halkı siyasetçiler değil, Türk halkı ve Türk medyası Hindistan zulmündeki Keşmir halkı için her zaman desteklerini sundular ve dayanışma gösterdiler. Bunun için size ne kadar teşekkür etsem azdır.
The Kashmir conflict is indeed very sensitive in nature. This conflict can have far-reaching consequences both regionally and internationally, something the world can ill afford to overlook.
Keşmir konusu yalnızca bölge için çok hassas bir konudur. Ancak tüm dünya için sanılanın ötesinde bir sanılanın ötesinde sonuçlara sebebiyet verebilir. Dolayısıyla dünyanın görmezden gelmemesi gerekmektedir.
Pakistan and India have already fought 4 wars stemming out of this conflict, and Kashmir in its present incarnation has become even more fatal, bearing alarming consequences for the region as well as the world.
Pakistan ve Hindistan hali hazırda 4 kez savaşmışlardır ve bu bölgeyi daha da kırılgan bir hale getirmektedir ve tüm dünya için daha ciddi sonuçlar doğurmaktadır.
The current Hindu supremacist regime has unleashed unprecedented repression on the Kashmiri people. Today's India, under the RSS BJP sway, is driven by the toxic mix of an extremist ideology and hegemonic ambitions. The result is a growing threat to the safety and well-being of minorities in India and to peace and security in the region and beyond.
Hindistan'da mevcut olan Hindu üstencil rejimi Keşmir halkının üzerindeki baskıyı artırmaktadır ve bunlar aşırıcı ve hegemonya düşüncelerinden gelmektedir ve bu durum bölgedeki güvenliği tehdit altına almakta, azınlıkların durumunu da zora sokmaktadır ve bölgedeki barış ve güvenliğin sağlanmasında ciddi sorunlar ortaya çıkarmaktadır.
Respected guests, the Indian government, in a draconian manner, repealed the autonomous status of Kashmir at midnight on 5th August 2019. Further, to avoid the protests, the fascist Modi and put 9 million people under the harshest lockdown humanity has ever witnessed.
Sayın konuklar, Hindistan hükümeti bir gecede 5 Ağustos 2019 tarihinde Keşmir'in özel statüsünü ortadan kaldıran yasayı Keşmir'in özel statüsünü ortadan kaldırmıştır ve insanlık tarihi 9 milyonu aşkın insanlık tarihinde görülen en büyük baskılardan biriyle karşı karşıyadır.
The Indian government shut down the internet, telephones, abducted children from homes, and arbitrarily detained thousands of Kashmiris, including political leaders, activists, journalists, lawyers, and potential protesters. Hundreds remain in detention without charge or under house arrest to date.
Hindistan hükümeti interneti ve telefon bağlantıları kesmiştir. Birçok çocuğu kaçırmıştır. Birçok Keşmirliyi alıkoymuştur. Aynı şekilde siyasi liderler, aktivistler, siyasetçileri tutuklamıştır ve birçoğu da hala ev hapsinde kalmaya devam etmektedir.
The Indian government bluntly refuses to recognize the indigenous resistance in Kashmir. Instead, it relentlessly propagates without any evidence that Pakistan infiltrates terrorists in Kashmir across the line of control.
Hindistan bölgedeki yerel varlığı kabul etmemektedir ve acımasız bir şekilde Hindistan'ın güvenlik hattını ihlal ettiği iddialarında bulunmaktadır.
It was culmination of these unfounded allegations about the Pulwama attack in 2019 that brought Pakistan and India at the brink of war. Prime Minister Imran Khan and the government of Pakistan had been consistently apprising the world that the brutal Indian campaign will only nourish extreme resentment in the valley.
Bu mesnetsiz suçlamalar maalesef devam etmiştir. 2019'da da meydana gelen bir saldırı da bu konunun tansiyonun artmasına sebep olmuştur. Cumhurbaşkanı İmran Khan da bu konudaki üzüntülerini belirtmişlerdir.
The widespread indignation and ire among the Kashmiris in Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir is reflective of the inescapable reality that India's campaign of violence and repression is meeting its logical consequences.
Şu anda Hindistan'ın işgali altındaki Jammu, Keşmir bölgesindeki gerçek Hindistan'ın şiddet ve zulmünün sonuçlarının yaşandığını işaret etmektedir.
Attributing this indigenous Kashmiri resistance to any alleged infiltration is a travesty. India's typical allegations of infiltration ring hollow because all these incidents have taken place deep inside the valley, several miles behind Indian military's extensive infiltration grid, comprising several layers of security across the line of control.
Bölgedeki mevcut Keşmir direnişi bu bölgede güvenlik hattının ihlal edilmesine sebep olmuştur ve bölgedeki bu güvenlik hattının kilometreler boyunca ihlal edildiği görülmüştür.
Using the pretext of so-called infiltration and launch pads, Indian forces are deliberately targeting unarmed Pakistani civilians, including women and children.
Bu hattın ihlal edildiği iddialarını dayanak olarak kullanarak Hindistan, kadın ve çocuklar da dahil olmak üzere bir sürü silahsız insana saldırmaktadır.
In over 975 unprovoked ceasefire violations by India since January 2020, innocent civilians have lost their lives and a large number of them have been critically injured. This inhuman war tactic cannot be condemned enough.
2020 yılında ki ateşkes Hindistan tarafından ihlal edilmiştir ve birçok çocuk, kadın ve insan yaralanmış ve hayatını kaybetmiştir. Bu savaş taktiği kabul edilemez bir boyuttadır.
Ladies and gentlemen, humanity would have hoped that the corona pandemic would bring a moment of relief for the Kashmiris. But sorry to state that Indian brutalities see no end to it. India continues to pursue its expansionist designs under the cover of corona pandemic.
Hanımefendiler ve beyefendiler, insanlar koronanın Keşmir halkı için bir rahatlama sağlayacağına inanmıştı. Ancak Hindistan'ın devam eden vahşeti ve yayılımcı politikası bu sorunun daha da büyümesine yol açtı.
The recent promulgation of Jammu and Kashmir Grant of Domicile Certificate Procedure 2020 holds testimony to the fact that Indian oppression continues unabated.
2020'de Hindistan tarafından yürürlüğe koyulan konutla ilgili düzenleme, Jammu Keşmir'de Hindistan zulmünün açık bir şekilde devam ettiğini göstermektedir.
This law allows non-Kashmiris to avail a Kashmiri domicile that will in turn enable the purchase of land in the Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir. The domicile law is clearly aimed at changing the demographic structure of Kashmir and undermining the exercise by the Kashmiri people of their right of self-determination through free and impartial plebiscite as per the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions.
Bu yasa nedeniyle dışarıdan getirilen insanlar burada konut sahibi olabilmektedir. Ve bu yasa açık bir şekilde bölgenin demografik yapısını değiştirmeye yöneliktir. Ve bu bölgede yapılacak referandumu ve Birleşmiş Milletler kararlarını da hiçe saymaktadır.
Honorable participants, it is commendable that Kashmiri journalists continue to work with conviction and professionalism despite the high-handedness of Indian occupation forces acting with impunity under the draconian Public Safety Act, Armed Forces Special Powers Act, and Unlawful Activities Prevention Act.
Değerli katılımcılar, bölgede Jammu Keşmir'deki gazeteciler büyük bir profesyonellikle işlerini yapmaya devam etmektedirler. Özellikle kamu güvenliği yasası gibi yasalar Hindistan işgalinde hiçe sayılmaktadır.
Global media watchdogs and Indian and international human rights groups, civil society organizations have expressed deep concern over unprecedented restrictions imposed on the media, the widespread intimidation of Kashmiri journalists, and the precarious state of their work environment.
Küresel medya, insan hakları grupları ve sivil toplum örgütleri medya üzerinde yapılan bu kısıtlamalar konusunda ciddi endişelerini belirtmişlerdir. Ve bu medya üzerinde yapılan kısıtlamalar durumun belirsizliğinin artmasına sebep olmaktadır.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations and the international community must take immediate action to stop India from changing the demography and the distinct identity of Indian occupied Jammu and Kashmir and hold India accountable for the persistent violations of international law.
Hanımlar ve beyefendiler, Uluslararası Toplum ve Birleşmiş Milletler Hindistan'ın bölgede yaptığı zulmü bir an önce durdurmasına yönelik olarak eyleme geçmeli ve Hindistan'ın bölgenin demografik yapısı ve kendine has kimliğinin değiştirilmesine izin vermemelidir.
Pakistan, under the leadership of Prime Minister Imran Khan, will continue highlighting the plight of the Kashmiri people at all international fora till the realization of their inalienable right or right to self-determination in accordance with the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions.
Cumhurbaşkanı İmran Khan önderliği altında Pakistan bu halkın sorunlarını uluslararası forumlarda dile getirmeye ve Birleşmiş Milletler Güvenlik Konseyi kararları gereğince halkın kendi geleceğini belirleme hakkına saygı duymaya devam edecektir.
While the international community is preoccupied with fighting the COVID-19 pandemic, India is busy intensifying its brutalization of the Kashmiri people. The fact that 13 Kashmiris were extrajudicially killed in a single day speaks volumes about Indian government's continuing crimes against humanity.
Uluslararası toplum COVID pandemisiyle meşgulken Hindistan ise bölgedeki zulmüne devam etmektedir. Hindistan 13 kişiyi öldürerek insanlık suçu işlemiştir.
Let me conclude by saying that India must realize that neither can its brutalization break the will of the Kashmiri people, nor can its anti-Pakistan propaganda divert attention from India's state terrorism and egregious violations of human rights in Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir.
Sözlerimi şunlarla bitirmek istiyorum. Hindistan'ın kendi zulmüne devam etmesinin insanların bölgedeki inancını yitirmelerine sebep olmayacağını ve Hindistan'ın devlet destekli terörizmine dikkat çekmemek için amacıyla yapılan Pakistan karşıtı propagandanın da insanlar tarafından anlaşılmaya devam edeceğini söylemek istiyorum.
The martyrdom of each Kashmiri will further fortify the Kashmiris' resolve for freedom from Indian occupation. Kashmiris will never give up their inalienable right to self-determination as enshrined in the United Nations Security Council resolutions, and the leadership and people of Pakistan will never flinch in their commitment of full support for the Kashmiris towards that end.
Bölgede daha fazla insanın şehit olması buradaki bölge halkının kararlılığını daha da artıracak ve Birleşmiş Milletler kararlarının uygulanması konusunda daha güçlü adımlar atılmasına vesile olacaktır ve Pakistan hükümeti ve halkı da her zaman desteklerini sunmaya devam edecektir.
The international community must take immediate steps to stop India from committing serious violations against the Kashmiri people and hold it accountable under international law and relevant human rights conventions. I thank you.
Uluslararası toplum bir an önce Hindistan tarafından gerçekleştirilen insan hakları ihlalleri konusunda adım atmalı ve uluslararası hukuk ve ilgili insan hakları sözleşmeleri gereğince adımlar atılmalıdır. Hepinize teşekkür ediyorum.
Evet. Teşekkürler Sayın Büyükelçi. Thank you Ambassador. Açılış makalelerinden Demographic Manipulation Through Illegal Settlements in Kashmir After Abrogation of Article 35A isimli konuşmalarını yapmak üzere Britanya Lordlar Kamerası üyesi Sayın Lord Nazir Ahmed'e sözü bırakıyoruz. Now I invite Lord Nazir Ahmed, the member of British House of Lords, to deliver his keynote speech entitled Demographic Manipulation Through Illegal Settlements in Kashmir After Abrogation of Article 35A. Yes, sir. Lord Ahmed, is your microphone on?
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. My apologies for that. I'm not technically very good, but let me first of all thank Professor Halil Tokar and Istanbul University and the Turkish people and all his team at the Istanbul University for organizing this conference and facilitating some wonderful speakers this morning. Can you hear me? Translation?
Hava Hanım? Okay, sir, I've been suggested that it's not going to be translated, so you can continue as you like.
Okay, thank you very much. So my English is nearly as good as my Turkish, so everybody can understand. So thank you for this opportunity. I think there have been some wonderful speeches this morning, some very, very good information. And I know the commitment from Professor Halil Tokar and many, many others who have a huge knowledge in terms of who's ruling India today. I think many political points have been made, but there are 2 or 3 things that have been mentioned, and I just need to explore them a little further. One in particular is that we are dealing with a right-wing fascist government led by BJP with RSS and what they have done. Everybody talked about the abrogation of Article 370 and also 35A. What is important also to note is that this is a very unusual type of regime in Delhi that actually tells lies and fabricates evidence. So if I can give you an example of 5th of August, when everybody talks about what happened on 5th of August, I want to remind everyone that before 5th of August, 2 weeks before, their governor appointed by Delhi, sitting in Srinagar, held a press conference and said that there was an imminent threat of terrorism. And you know, they've sort of made this cliche of terrorism linked with Kashmir, and so the international media and particularly regional media gets very alert, and everybody thinks that there should be some sort of action. So there was this imminent threat of terrorism to those yatris, the Hindu pilgrims who were in Kashmir. So they asked them to come back to Srinagar or go back to Delhi and go back to India. Now, there was no threat. There was no threat of terrorism, but this was an excuse to bring in 70,000 soldiers, extra soldiers, as well as the 700,000 soldiers which are already stationed in Indian-occupied Kashmir. So that's number one. So if you also compare the recent tension between India and China, you know that international media and particularly the Turkish media has been reporting on this, the whole incidents, what happened in near the border, the actual line of control. They've reported, everybody knows, they've seen the evidence that 20 Indian soldiers or more than 20 were killed, something like 45 were captured, 130 were injured. But Mr. Modi denied all this. He said that Indian soldiers went and taught a lesson, and the international community saw what happened to the Chinese soldiers. So then even their own reporters, even their own people are saying that this gentleman lies. And recently there were documentaries on international media regarding this. So India, that everybody talks about, this largest democracy and this secular state, is no longer a secular state. It's a Hindu state. Because if you are a Hindu, if you are a RSS fascist believer, then you can enjoy the rights. You are elitist. But even if you are a Dalit, if you are a Christian, if you are a Muslim, so we saw that with this CAA law, that suddenly overnight everybody became second, particularly Muslims became second-class citizens of this Indian state, which they've lived there for hundreds of years, or their families have lived there for hundreds of years, and suddenly they've lost their rights. Similarly, they have done this in Kashmir as well, with the abrogation of 370 and 35A. They suddenly lost those rights, and I'm glad that Professor Halil Tokar talked about two states. One is Palestine and the other one is Kashmir. And if you look at the comparison of what is happening in occupied Palestine, then you will see Mr. Netanyahu threatening annexation and building more illegal settlements. Already we know that there are dozens of these illegal settlements, basically, but there is a continuous propaganda that there will be a two-state solution in the Middle East, which it cannot happen. When you annex the whole of West Bank and you take over all their territories, and you bring in settlers from Europe and all over the world, and so the existence of Palestine does not live up to that, and of course they become a minority in their own homeland. Similarly, the right-wing Hindu fascist government, what they've done is not only that they've taken the rights and they've frightened people, and even their liberal elite, those people who, the intellectuals and judges who spoke against these terrible events, they were first threatened. If you remember the ink that was thrown on their faces, slaps across their faces when they spoke, people throwing shoes and insulting them in public places. So people really became frightened. And so the opposition, even today, when Rahul Gandhi talks about what is happening in Kashmir, suddenly they label him as pro-Pakistani. And, you know, they don't want to be. Even, I mean, the RSS BJP government is bad. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's a fact. I mean, I compare them with the Nazis in Germany. But for us, the Congress government under Gandhi wasn't anything better. I mean, if you look at the struggle from 1988, 89, and over 10 years, about 100,000 young Kashmiris were murdered, just like the president has mentioned. Thousands of our sisters are raped, and there are thousands of people still missing in those mass graves, not only found by international organizations, but also reported by Amnesty International, Physicians for Human Rights, and others. I think we really need to, the facts are there, the facts are there. And I was glad that His Excellency, the Pakistan ambassador, mentioned that crimes are committed. But we say that the international community needs to take notice. Who? Is it the UN? The UN is too weak. The Secretary General has made speeches, nobody takes any notice. Who will take India to International Criminal Court? Well, in case of the Rohingya Muslims, they don't have a state, but at least one small African country took the matter to The Hague, and they brought in Aung San Suu Kyi, although the court has not given a favorable kind of judgment. But the very fact that I think we really, this annexation, I'm honored to be one of those 1,080 European members of Parliament who have signed a letter last week to condemn this annexation, and also calling on the governments of Europe to take action. We need to do more as Kashmiris and those people who are supporting Kashmiris. The Turkish civil society, the Turkish government, but I don't know about this idea. The chairman of Pakistan Turkish Friendship Group very kindly suggested that we should have Muslim answers for Muslim problems. Well, we can't even sort out Iran and Saudi Arabia on their own. We have problems in Yemen and Libya and Syria and Iraq, and we have problems everywhere else, as well as Palestine and Kashmir. So I don't think that we haven't got the structures. We had Arab League and we have the OIC. Arab League hardly exists anymore, and the OIC is very weak. And they just issue a statement, and then those OIC members, leading members, then they give award to Mr. Modi for being a great friend. So I don't have much confidence in OIC and some of their actions. I think we've gone on for too long, but I think we really need to have some action points. The Turkish media has been excellent in reporting the atrocities which are being committed right now. And, some of the ridiculous claims by Indian extremists. These days, we see the new pressure on media in Kashmir because India wants to control the media from Delhi. So all those, the Times of India, the Hindu, and all those major newspapers, NDTV and everything, they can control, they do control from Delhi. But there are some smaller newspapers and media outlets in Kashmir which actually report the honest situation, the true situation in Kashmir. They have now changed this policy and they have started to oppress and also demolish the local media, as it was reported this week. But the Border Security Force has this kind of a thing about Pakistani, basically it's the propaganda against, and they want to build new cliche, new narrative against Pakistan. So if they catch any pigeons from Pakistan, it's a spying pigeon. If they catch any monkeys, it's monkeys coming from Pakistan so they can do some damage. The toy drones and the cold wind, even Lacoste that's killing the crop in Pakistan is apparently coming from Pakistan into India. So all these crazy ideas that the fanatics, Hindu fascists have to blame. If my time is up, I'm quite happy to conclude. But I think we really, out of this conference, which is fantastic, 2-day conference, I think we need to have some conclusions away from actually demanding international community to do something, because the international community will not do something just by demands. The international community, we need to get a country to take India to International Criminal Court. We need a country to move a resolution, even at the General Assembly, just like a few years ago when the Palestinian state was recognized at the and debated at the General Assembly. We need to have a resolution at the General Assembly coming up in September. We need to have some positive kind of program. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I appreciate and I wish everyone well in the next 2 days in concluding this conference.
Sayın Nazir Ahmet'e bu bilgilendirici ve karşılaştırmalı konuşmasından dolayı teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you very much, sir, for this illuminating and the comparative speech. Şimdi bir diğer açılış makalesi olan Dünya Keşmir Farkındalık Forumu Genel Sekreteri Sayın Ghulam Nabi Fai, Kashmir's Double Lockdown and Global Response isimli konuşmasını yapmak üzere davet ediyoruz. Next, I invite Dr. Ghulam Nabi Fai, Secretary General of World Kashmir Awareness Forum, to deliver his keynote speech entitled Kashmir's Double Lockdown and Global Response.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, dear brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank Professor Halil Toker for organizing this very important webinar on the issue of Kashmir. But before expounding on the subject, I would like to say just a few words about a very important international dignitary, the person who has given the hope to the hopeless, the person who has given the voice to the voiceless people of Kashmir. That important international dignitary, let me quote, he has said, "We are in favor of resolving the Kashmir issue by taking into consideration the expectation of Kashmiri brothers through United Nations resolutions." And he added, "We will do it because the issue of Kashmir is as important to us as it is to Pakistan." Ladies and gentlemen, what an inspirational statement. And it has come from the leader of Muslim Ummah, the President Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey. We would like to thank President Erdogan for his leadership, not only in the issue of Kashmir, but in all other international conflicts. Before proceeding to the topic, I really would like to remind to everybody who was here listening to Brother Ali Shaheen, he has really given the inspiration to the millions of Kashmiri people when he said, and I know he was speaking from his heart, the tears of the mothers of Kashmir are the tears of the mothers of Turkey. Dear brothers and sisters, I would like to thank not only Brother Ali Shaheen, but the whole nation of Turkey, who have really stood with the oppressed people of Kashmir. Now coming to the topic, Kashmir's double lockdown and the global response. Yes, there has been Indian military crackdown in Kashmir for 10 months. Yes, there is COVID-19 lockdown for the last 5 months. And the government of India knows, as it was mentioned by so many other speakers, that the whole global community is consumed with the COVID-19. So the world powers, they cannot pay attention to the miseries and the suffering of the people of Kashmir. So the Indian army has taken the cover of COVID-19 to intensify its atrocities in Kashmir. I would like to ask a question. When the whole world is today facing this COVID-19, why do we need to talk about the issue of Kashmir? Ladies and gentlemen, the response to this very complicated question is very simple. We need to care about the issue of Kashmir because it is the most dangerous place on earth. As President Masood Khan Saab said very rightly, if there's a war between India, Pakistan, and China, it will be much more disastrous and dangerous than COVID-19. This Kashmir is the most dangerous place on earth. It's not what I am saying, ladies and gentlemen. It was none other than the President of the United States, President Bill Clinton, who said it. It was mentioned by one of the speakers that Kashmir is the most beautiful place. It was much more than that. It was a paradise. But today it has become the hell. Not because I am saying so, because New York Times, August 10, 2019 says, the New York Times, that Kashmir has become the hell for the people of Kashmir. I would like to give a very interesting example here. There was a European parliamentary delegation. They visited Kashmir, headed by John Cushnahan of Ireland, and they reported back to the Foreign Affairs Committee. And the title of that report was Kashmir, the most beautiful prison on earth. But what is really very interesting, that report was submitted to the Foreign Affairs Committee in 2005, 15 years ago. So you may be thinking that within these 15 years, the situation in Kashmir might have changed. Ladies and gentlemen, not a bit. Again, not because I am saying so, because one of the most prominent scholars of America, if I will tell you, he is one of the most important and prominent scholars of the world, Professor Noam Chomsky of MIT. 2 months back, he was interviewed by an Indian technology reporter. Professor Chomsky says, the people of Kashmir are living in the prison and the government of India is responsible for that. Then he added, what is happening in Kashmir, no one knows. So ladies and gentlemen, you might have heard the name of Narendra Modi. He said here in Houston, in America, we are the largest democracy. And who was sitting behind him? President Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, India is not the largest democracy. Again, not because I am saying so, ladies and gentlemen. It is Huffington Post, August 5th of 2019, Huffington Post of United States. It writes, the Indian democracy in Kashmir is dead. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a European parliamentary delegation. They were all conservatives and right-wing member parliaments. They were flown to Kashmir. Then they came back to New Delhi and they said there's a normalcy in Kashmir. There is no normalcy in Kashmir. Again, not because I am saying so, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most important internationally known human rights activists from India, in fact, she's from Calcutta, Arundhati Roy. She gave an interview on October 3rd, 2019. And she said, let me exactly give her quote. She said, the presence of 900,000 Indian soldiers have made Kashmir the largest military concentration in the world. So ladies and gentlemen, you may be thinking, yes, there are these miseries in Kashmir. Yes, there is a suffering in Kashmir. But do the people of Kashmir at least talk to each other about what is going on in Kashmir? Ladies and gentlemen, not at all. Not at all. You cannot utter a single word about what the Indian army is doing in Kashmir. If you are a journalist, you can write anything you want to write. but you cannot write what Indian army is doing in Kashmir. If you do, you will be picked up and thrown in the jails of India thousands of miles away. And again, not because I am saying so. The New York-based Committee to Protect Journalists, New York-based Committee to Protect Journalists, they wrote a report on Kashmir. Let me give the exact quote. The news media of Kashmir has been pushed to the brink of extinction. And the Committee to Protect Journalists, they say, India is doing it to silence the people of Kashmir. So ladies and gentlemen, yes, it is true. When Narendra Modi abrogated Article 370 and 35A, he did not do this to resolve the issue of Kashmir. He did it to dissolve the issue of Kashmir. He thought now from today there won't be any talk about Kashmir. Even if there will be a talk, it will be only between New Delhi and Islamabad. But that poor guy, that Prime Minister of India, he did not realize that his irresponsible, that his reckless action has brought Kashmir, as Lord Nazir Ahmad mentioned, back to the United Nations where it stands. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the topmost leader of Indian National Congress. In fact, he happened to be the former Minister of Interior. He happened to be also the Ministry of Finance. And he is a graduate of Oxford University, P. Chidambaram. He said exactly on August 5, 2019, right in front of the Parliament of India. Please listen carefully. What did he say? He said the abrogation of Article 370 is the biggest man-made disaster of India. Then he said, I do not want to say it, but I am compelled to say it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not Sayyid Ali Gilani. It is not Muhammad Yasin Malik. It is not President Masood Khan. It is the national leader of Indian National Congress speaking. I do not want to say it, but I am compelled to say it, that the abrogation of Article 370 is the beginning of the disintegration of India. So ladies and gentlemen, when there was a lot of hue and cry in the whole world, India, why are you killing the innocent people of Kashmir? Narendra Modi said, it is our internal matter, don't interfere. We are so honored. The people of Kashmir are we are very weak. But Allah has given us the international sanctity. You know who responded to Narendra Modi? It was none other than Miss Michelle Bachelet. Who is she? She has been the president of Chile for 10 years. She is the United Nations High Commissioner of India. What did she say? What she said is the reflection of the sentiments of 23 million people of Kashmir. And she said the exact quote, ladies and gentlemen. She said, India, give the people of Kashmir right to self-determination. Then she said, India and Pakistan make sure that when there are talks, the people of Kashmir are the part of talks. So ladies and gentlemen, it's not that nothing is happening at the global level. But our problem is that all this understanding of world powers, all this understanding of United Nations, all this understanding of United Nations High Commissioner of Human Rights, they have yet to translate this understanding into tangible action, into tangible steps, so that the impact can be felt on the streets of Kashmir. I will give you just one example. You might have heard the name of President Donald Trump. He was not even the president. To be exact, it was 26th of October 2016. He became president 2 weeks later. He said, I will be honored to mediate between India and Pakistan to help resolve that hot tinderbox of Kashmir. Then he repeated his offer 5 times. India said no. So we are not surprised that India said no to the offer of mediation of Donald Trump. But we are surprised. The person no less important than Donald Trump, he took the no of India as an answer. Now, what needs to be done? Ladies and gentlemen, few suggestions, and I hope that everybody will take a note of that. Number one, we must remember that golden rule. United, we stand. Divided, we fall. I don't know whether we have Salman Khan from South Africa here at this time. He always says it. He said there must be the unity of thought and action among the ranks of global Kashmiri diaspora. It was very important yesterday. It is much more important today. And number two, we cannot underestimate the importance of pen and intellect. What is pen and intellect? Pen and intellect in 21st century, in June of 2020, is the use of social media. You don't need any financial resources, but you need the pen and intellect. And number three, ladies and gentlemen, we must initiate a global campaign to have the war crimes initiative against the Indian leaders. It is doable. You know why it is doable? Because on April 28, 2020, less than 2 months ago, one of the most important segments of American Foreign Office, State Department, United Nations Commission for India and Pakistan, they made very important and very pertinent recommendations. Recommendation number one, BJP must condemn the militancy and the violence of RSS. Recommendation number two, United States Department of State must have the targeted sanctions against the agencies and individuals who are involved in this violence. They particularly mention the name of Amit Shah. And number three, that the assets of these individuals involved in the violence must be frozen. And number four, they must be banned to enter America. This number four is very important because in 2005, the same commission, they made the recommendation to the State Department that Narendra Modi should not be allowed to come to America. Then he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat because he has blood of innocent Muslims on his hand. He had diplomatic passport because he was the chairman and the Chief Minister of Gujarat, diplomatic passport. And he had diplomatic visa that was denied. Then he got the visit visa that was rejected. So what I am saying, if we have this campaign, we can do it against the officials and the Army of India. And we have some important people from Pakistan. I know that Excellency Shibli Faraz is not here, but he has delegated Ambassador Syrus Qazi. I would like to make just two suggestions for government of Pakistan. And I hope Ambassador Qazi is going to convey to them. There must be the national consensus on Kashmir in Pakistan. I am not saying that there is not every single political party of Pakistan. They think about the people of Kashmir. Every single leader of people of Pakistani leadership, their heart beats with the people of Kashmir. But what I am suggesting, there must be a national convention in Kashmir, in Pakistan, on Kashmir, where not only the political parties of Pakistan, but political parties of Azad Kashmir, all parties Hurriyat Conference, and the Kashmiri diaspora must attend. And secondly, ladies and gentlemen, that as Prime Minister Imran Khan has said more than once, that he is proud to call himself as the ambassador of Pakistan, ambassador of Kashmir. But after all, he is the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He has 1,000,001 issue, and obviously Kashmir is one of the most important issues he is dealing with. But we would like to suggest, can he appoint an ambassador at large on Kashmir? That will be really a very important step towards achieving our goal. And finally, September is very important. September in Geneva, September in New York. What is happening in September in Geneva? United Nations Human Rights Council, they are going to meet there. What is happening in New York? Although they are not going to meet physically, but there will be United Nations General Assembly meeting. I appeal to the Azad Kashmir government, the members of Parliament of Azad Kashmir government, and we have an international diplomat, President Masood Khan Sahab. He should lead the delegation to the selected few capitals of the world, knock the door of them, and make sure that we have some tangible activity in September in Geneva in the Human Rights Council. As Lord Nazir Ahmed mentioned very correctly, we must have also some tangible activity in New York in September. So with these words, ladies and gentlemen, honest to God, we are really so honored that we have so many people here from different continents of the world, but particularly because this initiative has been taken, none other than the people and the scholars and the intellectuals of Turkey and the government of Turkey and the people of Turkey and the civil society of Turkey. They have always stood with the people of Kashmir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Konuşmalarından ötürü Sayın Fai'ye teşekkür ediyoruz. Thank you very much for this insightful speech, Mr. Fai. İlk günün birinci oturumuna geçmeden önce sizlerden herhangi bir sıkıntı olduysa özür diliyoruz. Online konferanslarda bazen aksilikler olabiliyor. Before we start the first session of the day, we apologize for any inconvenience caused during the online conference. Sayın Doktor Ghulam Nabi Fai'nin moderatörlük yapacağı konferansımızın ilk gününün birinci oturumunda konuşmacılar ve sunum başlıkları şöyle. The first session of today will be moderated by Dr. Ghulam Nabi Fai. The participants of this session are as follows. Associate Professor Farhan Mujahid Chak, Transformation of Kashmir's Resistance Thinking Outside the Box. Zafer Ahmed, Kashmir and the Role of Muslim Nations. Javed Sadiq, India's Belligerence, a Threat to South Asia's Peace and Prosperity. And Salman Khan, Kashmir Lockdown and Need for Radical International Solidarity. Now I give Dr. Ghulam Nabi Fai the floor, sir. You can moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, brother moderator. Now I am the moderator. It is very simple and very easy. Moderator doesn't have to speak, but moderator has to listen. And he has to take as little time as possible so that the speakers, they can take enough time to elaborate their thesis, inshallah. So the very first speaker is a very dear friend, Dr. Farhan Mujahid Chak. He's a Canadian Kashmiri. In fact, it was almost 600 years back when his family ruled Kashmir. So the Yusuf Shah Chak, he was the prince or the king of Kashmir. He's a professor of political science at the Department of Gulf Studies at the University of Qatar. He has taught there for more than 12 years. He's the Secretary General, as our President Masood Khan mentioned, Kashmir Svitas. It has a membership in more than 30 countries of the world. Dr. Farhan has worked at the United Nations headquarters in New York, and he has also taught at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. He was a part of organizing two important Kashmir conferences, in fact, with me. One was in New York at the United Nations, and one was in Washington, D.C. And besides being an intellectual and scholar, Dr. Chak has dedicated his life for the cause of Kashmir and Palestine. But ladies and gentlemen, that is what Dr. Farhan Chak stands for. But the bad news I have, that Dr. Farhan Chak cannot be with us because of very serious emergency, but because we all love him, because we all respect him. So please make dua, inshallah, so that next time he can be with us with his heart and mind, inshallah. So then I will go to the next speaker. And before I introduce him, I am going to tell you that he is here. And he is our younger brother, Zafar Qureshi. So before introducing Zafar Qureshi, I am really honored to tell you that his father, Nazir Ahmad Qureshi, has been my associate, has been my colleague for the last more than 35 years. And he has dedicated his life for the cause of Kashmir, and he is the one who initiated Kashmir activities in the Middle East. And Zafar Qureshi is the chairman of Kashmir Campaign Global, and his degree is in information and technology. And he's the director of Kura Consultancy Limited, which specializes in business transformation and artificial intelligence. So we are really glad to listen to our younger generation leader, Zafar Qureshi from the United Kingdom. Zafar Qureshi, floor is yours.
Jazakallah khairan. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. And thank you, Faisal, for such words. I don't believe I'm a leader of Kashmir, but a common Indian occupied Kashmiri who tries to raise the voice of my brothers and sisters on the international platform as much as I can. Dear brothers and sisters, I want to thank everybody, especially the Istanbul University, Dr. Tokar and Dr. Hayati and Dr. Mahmood for arranging such a wonderful, timely conference on the Kashmir dispute. I also like to thank His Excellency President of Azad Kashmir Sardar Masood Khan, His Excellency Ali Shaheen, Muhammad Sajjad Syrus, and His Excellency Faraz Shibli and other dignitaries and participants for the unwavering support and being relentless voice of the people of Indian occupied Kashmir. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next few minutes, I want you to picture and try to feel what I'm about to tell you. Imagine a young girl full of joy, happiness, hope, and love. A girl with aspirations and dreams. Now imagine the same girl is kidnapped and held hostage with no food or care. Her whereabouts unknown. She is beaten, drugged, and sexually molested over and over again. Furthermore, instead of letting her go, she is killed by crushing her head with a rock and her body thrown into the fields. Imagine if this happened to someone you know, how would you feel? And that's not all, my dear brothers and sisters. Now think, when you demand justice for your little girl, the local police, local politicians, and even the local people turn against you. Instead of providing you with the support, they stand against you, with the culprits, demanding that the culprits be freed. This, my friends, is not a paragraph from any fiction story, nor is it a scene from a horror movie, but a grim, vicious, pre-planned, real-life tragedy of Asifa Bano, an 8-year-old Muslim girl living in Jammu, who was kidnapped, drugged, beaten, and raped by a group of Hindus. A 60-year-old government employee named Sanjay Ram, a local officer, police officer, Surinder Verma, and 2 young men, one of whom is believed to be a caretaker of a local temple. This young angel was raped in a temple. The local Hindu BJP government ministers and the local Hindu people, including lawyers, came out to protest in support of these monsters. For the lack of a better word, the only crime Asifa was committed was that she was a born Muslim, living in a territory full of extremist Hindus. This, my friends, is not just one-off incident, but an everyday grim reality faced by the people of Indian occupied Kashmir. The 73-year-old issue of Jammu and Kashmir, which affects over 22 million people across all the territories of Kashmir, is not just about giving human rights to its people, allowing them to decide their future, nor is it just a territorial dispute where the occupier is colonizing our resources. But it is a matter of survival for the Muslims of Kashmir, who are being specifically targeted and exterminated. The focus of this dispute has always been a settler colonization, killing the local Muslim populations and replacing them with the Hindu population. This is not just done by the current government, as you heard, but this has always been done by every government throughout the history. Right from the start of the occupation in 1947, when over 250,000 Muslims were massacred in Jammu by the Dogra and the Indian forces. Millions were displaced, changing the demography of Jammu forever from a Muslim majority state to a Muslim minority. Even recently, the Pandits of Kashmir were given a safe haven, a healthy economic package, and migrated to India, whereas the Muslims of Jammu and Kashmir continued to be targeted and massacred by the Indian forces, hundreds at a time. The Gaukadal massacre and Bijibahara massacre cannot be forgotten. Kidnapping, imprisonment, torture, custodial killings, molestation, rape, and gang rape are the everyday atrocities faced by the brothers and sisters in Kashmir. Let us not forget the incident of Kunan Pashpora, or the rape case of Asifa and Nilofer. Even last week, a 4-year-old Nihan was shot dead. An elderly mother of a slain Mujahid was arrested. Brothers and sisters, the recent introduction of NRC and Citizenship Act in India, enforcement of the draconian laws such as Armed Force Special Powers Act, unilateral unconstitutional abrogation of Article 370 or the 35A, as Lord Nazir was saying, the introduction of the domicile and real estate laws in Kashmir are not only in direct violation of the international laws and treaties, as well as against the core foundation of the Indian secularism and democracy, but they are an explicit declaration of a war on Muslims and provide a legal backing to the illegal demographic and topographic changes. These domicile rules will not only immediately allow 1.5 million existing non-Kashmiris in Kashmir. So within Kashmir, there are over 3 million non-Kashmiris residing, but these laws will not just provide the 1.5 million Kashmiris to settle and take over the land, but the rules have been specifically designed to displace many existing Kashmiris from their homeland. The agenda of RSS to exterminate and marginalize the minorities is not new, but it is picking up speed under the fascist BJP regime. And it does not just stop in India. The concept of Akhand Bharat not only includes the areas of Pakistan, Burma, Bhutan, and Nepal, but stretches from the Straits of Malacca of Kerala to the Mediterranean, reaching to Mecca, where, according to the RSS ideologue and an ex-MP, Subramaniam Swamy, said they want to convert the Kaaba into a Hindu temple. Brothers and sisters, to fulfill this fascist dream of Akhand Bharat, India is building its resources using the resources of Muslim countries. The current defense budget of India is around $71 billion, a big chunk of which is used on the occupational forces in Indian occupied Kashmir. But unfortunately, at the same time, the trade with GCSE countries alone in 2017 and 18 amounted to over $100 billion, well over the budget that India needs to keep this killing machine going. Even more unfortunate, Turkey alone accounts for over $7.8 billion in imports and exports to India. While they're changing the demography, taking over the lands of Muslims in Kashmir, rendering the Muslims of India stateless, providing a fast-track citizenship to the Hindus from other countries, the same Indian people use the Muslim lands such as Middle East, Turkey, Malaysia to develop their people. In GCC alone, there are over 3.5 million Hindus who in 2017 sent over $37 billion in remittance back to India, developing their ideology, developing their resources to fulfill their dream of Akhand Bharat. India has effectively power brokered in Gulf due to its expatriate population, displacing the traditional Muslim political influence in the Gulf region. India has created alliances with the United States and France, actively building and arming its air force and navy to dominate the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea. It is aligning its strategic objectives with Israel, France, Greece, and many other countries purely to reduce the Turkish influence in the Mediterranean. India is a part of a naval quad, which works in a partnership at a strategic level with Australia, Japan, and the United States. Together, they jointly run a naval exercise called Malabar. Dear friends, these points vividly portray India's immediate objective, which is to squeeze the strategic and power space from its main three competitors, Turkey, Pakistan, and China. It wants to gain a demographic and military predominance in the GCC region, while fulfilling its dream of implementing RSS ideologies on the same lands. These so-called bold moves of India in geopolitics, economics, as well as within the Indian state, such as alienating the Muslims, legalizing the demographic changes, violating the international treaties, and even recently being voted as a temporary member of the Security Council, these moves are not just due to the support from the Western powers who see India as a counter to the growing Chinese power, but unfortunately, this is due to the disunity, hypocrisy, cowardness, and silence of other nations, especially the Muslim nations. For the last 73 years, we've heard many speeches, seen reports, resolutions, statements of condemnation against the human rights violation in Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, supporting our right to self-determination, but unfortunately, that is all they have been, just statements and speeches. Brothers and sisters, it is about time that we wake up and ensure practical steps are taken to a peaceful resolution of Kashmir. This grand Hindu strategy to create the extremist Hindu regime cannot be allowed to progress and must be neutralized. It is a potent threat for the Muslim countries in Gulf and Turkey, and it will be utilized to destabilize and create further conflicts. In these challenging times, the roles and the responsibilities of the Muslim countries are immense, not only to safeguard the life and honor of their people, but also to ensure the oppressed people around the globe are free and safe. Especially Turkey has a critical role to play in this process, mainly for the people of Kashmir, more now than in the past. Turkish connections with Kashmir region are very deep. Our nations share many aspects of culture and tradition. As Shahin said, our feelings, our spirituals, we are all connected. The strength of our nations and relationship are embedded in our land of Kashmir. You recently heard of Galwan Valley, which has been in the news a lot lately, and the Daulat Beg Oldi Road. Both of these have been named after the Turkish nobleman. Even in Kashmir, there are many families who have settled in Kashmir and made Kashmir as their home. Now, with such a strong ties throughout the history, in the present and past, we, the people of Kashmir, do look towards Turkey for the support. Ladies and gentlemen, to counter any such fascist movement that does not respect other races, sees them inferior, and strategizes to eliminate and overtake them at any cost, we must be united. We must be united. And this unity can only be achieved when we love, respect each other, especially the Muslim nations, appreciate our strengths, and help to overcome the shortcomings. We must build trust through initiatives that focus on education, development, culture, and traditional exchange programs, increase trade and travel between the Muslim nations. And I believe for this, the Muslim nations such as Turkey and Pakistan form a very crucial importance, and they must form a strategic partnership with the rest of the Muslim nations, which includes Malaysia and the GCC countries. The Muslim world must cooperate with each other to meet the economic needs, build relationships. Imagine how many of our nations would benefit from the amount of trade that the Muslim nations, just the GCC alone, are doing with India. As President Sardar Masood Khan said, we must build the BDS, the boycott, de-investment and sanctions movement against such a fascist nations, weakening their core strength, a tangible, practical step that will have a positive impact for our struggle. Secondly, what we have witnessed is a lack of a clear policy among the Muslim nations. What I urge all the Muslim nations to do is have a consistent policy that ensures the Kashmir issue is the core of any deal or talks with India and its supporting nations. And unfortunately, as I said, we have failed to do that. After many, many years, recently you heard OIC officially and openly spoke about the illegal Indian occupation and supported the United Nations. Now, this move has been welcomed by all peace-loving people across the globe, especially the people of Kashmir. We must now focus on ensuring such policies are followed by practical steps and supported by all the Muslim countries. At the government level, mashallah, we have Shahin here, who's always been an active and vocal on the Kashmir issue. But what we must have is a dedicated political and media divisions in the government level that focus on Kashmir and its resolution. This will help in shaping the policies of the country for Kashmir. Thirdly, we believe a special provisions must be made for the Indian occupied Kashmir in institutions, in universities, organizations, as well as the businesses. It is important, and this is something that we all must ensure, that the governments of the Muslim nations realize that the Indian occupied Kashmiris must not be mixed with the Indian quota. Just because the people of Indian occupied Kashmir carry an Indian passport, which is their only option, we must have a specific quota for the people of Kashmir. What would be great is providing a residential provisions for the people of Indian occupied Kashmir to enter and reside and be able to work for the Kashmir issue. Unfortunately, many people are unable, especially from the Indian occupied Kashmir, are unable to voice there, even if they're living in the diaspora, because they have a threat of being sent back by the Indian supporting nations. So we must have a special provision for the Indian occupied Kashmiris. Most importantly, every war, the first thing that actually impacts is the people, the civilians in the territory. Humanitarian crisis in Kashmir is going from bad to worse. As earlier mentioned by our esteemed speakers, lockdowns, blockades on economic activities, education and communication have crippled the Kashmir economy. Kashmir, which has now over 250,000 orphans alone, millions of people with no income, people without shelter, widows without any support. Since the lockdown, this situation has gone worse. We need the Muslim countries to urge and ensure that a humanitarian aid is provided to the Indian occupied Kashmir.
We must include in 1 minute. Huh?
Jazakallah khairan. Sorry about this. The most important that we see here, it is important to develop our people in the Muslim nations intellectually as well as academically. But we must ensure we are united. Our people have the right skills to stand together and defend the liberties and the rights of the enslaved people, wherever and whenever needed, restoring freedom, justice, and peace. Dear brothers, I really urge you, please do not let this happen again in Kashmir, where the Muslims have been exterminated. We must come together in stopping this Hindutva menace with the sinister plans for the Muslims of Kashmir. Jazakallah khairan.
Thank you very much, Zafar. I think our leaders from Turkey, they are taking a note of your very serious recommendations. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Javed Siddique Saab. First of all, let me tell you, I have known Javed Siddique Saab for the last 30 years as a great friend of Kashmir here in the United States as well as in Pakistan. Javed Siddique is a senior most journalist of Pakistan, and he is the resident editor of Nawai Waqt. It's a daily newspaper, and he has a very important television program, which is Embassy Road, and I have watched it many times. A lot of ambassadors of various countries, so they are being interviewed there, and he has an experience of more than 30 years. And as I told you, that's the time I have been knowing him, mashallah. He has master's degree in political science, and I have not seen him for the last more than maybe 15 years. So today I am honored to present to you Brother Javed Siddique, the resident editor of Nawai Waqt, Pakistan. Javed Saab, the floor is yours. Is Javed Siddique Saab with us? Brother Ahmad Taqeen, do you have Javed Siddique with us?
Yeah, I just checked the list, but I couldn't see his name connected to Zoom.
Okay, then we will go to the next speaker.
Yeah, sure.
And Brother Salman Khan. I love Brother Salman Khan, but he made a big mistake. He has 15 minutes to speak, and he sent me the copy of resume, which is 3,368 words, and they are 18 pages. So Brother Salman Khan, if I am going to read it, I am going to take half of your time. So that's why I am going to, inshallah, shorten your resume. So Salman Khan, mashallah, he has studied at the most influential universities of the world. So he has studied at Oxford University. He has studied at MIT. As I mentioned, Professor Noam Chomsky is from MIT, and he has studied at Harvard University. He has master's degree in business administration from University of Edinburgh. Mashallah, his PhD thesis is on Kashmir. So that makes him really the officially the real expert on Kashmir. And by the way, from Oxford University, he had a degree in human rights advocacy, and he has a diploma in the international trade and import and export from Johannesburg Chamber of Commerce. So he was awarded more than 24 awards, but one is in particular very important, the Paul Harris Fellowship in 2019. So by the way, this was the award that was also given to Nelson Mandela and Bishop Tutu of South Africa. So I know it personally that he has mobilized the global public square on Kashmir in the best possible way. And he has organized more than 20 international conferences and written more than 70 research articles on Kashmir and other Muslim and Islamic issues. So he is the founding president of South Africa Kashmir Action Group. So Brother Salman Khan Saab, it's a pleasure to present to you to the audience. Floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. Wa alaikum assalam.
Fasabbih bismi rabbikal a'la allazi, fasabbih bismi rabbikal a'la allazi, fasabbih bismi rabbikal a'la allazi. All the praises to the Lord, the beautiful Lord, the creator, the nourisher, protector, and provider, whatever between the heaven and the earth. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu to all my dear distinguished guests, especially to the program director, Ahmed Takin, conference organizer, Dr. Tokur, Professor Hayat Devil, Dean of the Faculty of the Lecture, Professor Ahmed Takeh, Rector of the Istanbul University, His Excellency Ali Shaheen, Member of the Parliament, Pakistan and Turkey Club, President of the Azad Kashmir, His Excellency Sardar Masood Khan, His Excellency Minister Shibli Faraz, His Excellency Ali Shaheen, Comrade Lord Nazir Ahmed Sahib, Your Excellency Pakistani Ambassador Syrus Sajjad Qazi, and of course the Comrade Janab Sayyid Nabi Fai Sahib, and most importantly, all the brother and sister from the Istanbul University and anybody else listening to this very, very important and I would say the groundbreaking conference and a webinar from the Istanbul University. I greet you with a greeting of a peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu from very sunny South Africa, the land of the Nelson Mandela, the land of the liberator, the land of all the beautiful leaders, the land of the human rights fighter of Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, Ahmed Kathrada. When we start in South Africa, our any political speech or any human right, we always say Amandla. Amandla away to. Amandla way to mean power to the people and people with the power. But before I start, I would like to just present my own written, a very emotional piece of small poetry. And I'm not going to present the whole thing, but I'm just going to read one or two parts of it. ऐ कश्मीरी तेरी कश्मीरियत को सलाम करते हैं, ऐ कश्मीरी तेरी कश्मीरियत को सलाम करते हैं, हम तो उन माओ बहनों की अजमत को सलाम करते हैं, जिनके दुपट्टे तले पले बड़े मेरे शुहदा गाजी, हम तो उनकी अजमत को सलाम करते हैं, हम तो उनकी हिम्मत को सलाम करते हैं. My brother, my sisters and brothers in Turkey, in Istanbul and around the world, and all the distinguished guests, all the protocol is observed. Today, I think is a red letter day for me because we're crossing the Rubicon. A brotherly country, a nucleus of the civilization, the nucleus of the Islamic civilization, the Ottoman Empire, that has taken the struggle of Kashmir to the very heart of a beautiful city of Istanbul, a city of Istanbul which is known for the revolutionary starts, a city with a legendary history, a city where the many scholars has come from, and is the platform that have been offered to the struggle of Kashmir. I think today we have done something very right, and we have brought all wide variety of the speakers and all wide variety of the people to listen to our conversation. And I think it's a very just time to do so, because the atrocities, the level of the atrocity, the human rights atrocities committed in Kashmir, it cannot go more what is already have. And it has been rightly said that the Muslim associations of the world, OIC, I always say, oh, I see, it's so incapable. It's not going to be able to produce what we're looking for, because the structure of the OIC is so weak. So the people-to-people contact, the people-to-people solidarity is the most important thing. Today, my topic is to look into the Kashmir lockdown and the need for a radical international solidarity. Why? Because for the last 73 years, whatever we have done for the people of Kashmir, it is not working. I think we have miserably failed the people of Kashmir. And I think me and you, all of us, we need to do the introspection. We need to do the soul searching. That having so many people, Kashmiris living outside, when I look at it, I look at the South African liberation, I look at the South African struggle, and I see that definitely there is something that we are not doing right. And there are many things. We need to be honest, we need to be brute, we need to look at it, what it is not working that it need to work to make sure that our brothers and sisters cannot continue to live the way they're living at the moment. When we say Kashmir lockdown, it is not the lockdown of a last. The Kashmir being in a perpetual curfew. The Kashmir is being in a perpetual curfew and a martial law for the last 73 years. Allahu Akbar. But the people of Kashmir are so resilient, so courageous, that they are standing up. The mothers who give a birth to the child when he's 18-year-old, they send them with a coffin to go, my son, and fight the liberation war. And it's not one. Because when the one dies, the another one multiply, and the mother and sister say, go, my son, and just go. Go and get us a liberation. So if they are so resilient and they are so strong, those who've been weathering that storm of the Indian oppression for the last 72 years, we as free Muslims around the world, we have failed our brother and sister in Kashmir. So today I said, let's look at no longer the international solidarity, let's look at the international, radical international solidarity. Because the people of Kashmir, those we are feeling in South Africa is only for the last 2 months we have a lockdown, and our Muslim people are talking about, hey, lockdown is terrible. But when I say to them, look at the 10 months of the lockdown in Kashmir, it's the most brutal lockdown. Because you're not allowed to come, you're not allowed to communicate, you're not in the Europe or anywhere else. The lockdown is a legacy. You're allowed to call the Uber, you're allowed to call the Uber Eat, you can make a telephone call, you can be watching the DSTV. In occupied Kashmir, the life has never been normal for the last 73 years. There is no freedom of speech, my brothers and sisters. There is no freedom of association. There is no freedom of expression. The 3 school boys cannot walk in a unison. Why? They will call a mob, and there are orders, draconian orders, shoot to kill. It's a moment for us to think that we as a Muslims around the world, let's not talk about the Muslim, let's talk about the Kashmiri diaspora. And I give you a comparative study. Because I'm in South Africa, I was a part of South African liberation from the England when I was studying and come to South Africa in 1991. South Africa, when they started in 56, the liberation, the war for the Nelson Mandela and all this thing, there was only 7,000 people managed to get out of the South Africa, only 7,000. Most of them stay in Africa. Rest of them, 1,000 or 2, make it their way to the Europe and America. And they managed to, within 25 years of the struggle, they managed to strategize, they organize the forces, their diaspora, they managed to mobilize the international community so beautifully, so they get their liberation. What's wrong with the Kashmiri people? What's wrong with the diaspora? We are over 3 million in Europe only. And our brothers and sisters still continue to die and living the life of a hell. I think something is not right with us. And I do a solid and a brute introspection. Our problem is we do not have. What we do not have is we do not have the unity. And I think my comrade, my mentor, my leader, Ghulam Fai Sahab have already said that one thing that we always been craving for is a unity. And that's what we need to galvanize. First, if the diaspora community is not united behind a one leader, behind a one slogan, behind the one percham, behind the one flag, how do we galvanize our forces? How do we going to go and ask for the support of the British Parliament? How are we going to go to the Washington and ask for the support? How are we going to go to the Middle East and asking them who is responsible that the OIC is so ineffective when it comes to the Kashmiri issue? When the 5th of August last year, when the lockdown started, it was one of the Sultanate or one of the Emirates was awarding the Modi the highest award in the Middle East. For what? Highest award. That is like, for me, it's like you rape my sister, you come out, I give you the gold medal. It is not their fault. It is the diaspora, it's the Kashmiri fault that we have not taken our messages strong enough to our own Muslim community. Because my brother earlier was saying that we do so much of the trade between the whole of the Middle East. Over $82 billion of the trade has been done. That is a leverage that we have. Over 9 million of the immigrant Indian workforce is in the Middle East. And if we can only galvanize our leadership, our unity as a diaspora, and we go to our Muslim country, I think they got the leverage. I think there is some sort of agitation have already started in Sharjah. One of the princes, she's been talking about, not about the Kashmir, but she's been talking about the atrocities committed against the Muslims in India. I think it is a time that we need to take Kashmir to first to our Muslim people, because this is a Muslim problem. It needs to have a Muslim solution. And I'm very glad today that Istanbul University has come, because I've always been craving for this, and I've always been praying that our stronghold of Pakistan base it's very important that we have support of Pakistan, but for any liberation, continuation of the struggle need to become out from Pakistan. And I'm very grateful. I'm very thank you to the University of Istanbul and to the President Tayyip Erdogan, that he has offered a very warm support for the Kashmiri people, because Kashmir issue need to be raised from the very neutralized platform. And that was a success of Nelson Mandela, that they took the message to the New York, to the England, to the Scandinavia. And I think the most powerful leverage come from Scandinavia. So I think what we need to do as a Kashmiri diaspora, we need to galvanize our forces. We need to be together. We need to find a common goal. We need to have a common unity. We need to see how do we communicate on a global level. Earlier, our Excellency was talking about and was acknowledging certain fact about the website is launched in Turkey, but he forget to acknowledge a historical case against the serving Prime Minister of Narendra Modi from South Africa, which made a historical event. He forgot to acknowledge that. The leadership is not about the leadership to lead from the front. That's when I say you cannot be a leader if you lead from the front. You need to be a leader who lead from the back and let the people lead in the front. They think they are the leader. That's the way we need to. Kashmir is the highest militarized zone. Every 50 meters, there is one soldier. It's not a bilateral issue which India has kept it, that the Pakistan and India must resolve the issue. No, it is not. From the day one, 1947, when the Nehru took the issue to the United Nations, he himself internationalized the issue. I do not know why we buy in, why the international community buy in, that India and Pakistan, that is the bilateral issue. No, cannot be. Will never be, because it is being registered at the United Nations. It is a truly acknowledged international disputed territory of 86,000 kilometers. We're not talking about a small village of Kashmir. 86,000 kilometers, which is the 3 times the size of a Belgium. That is a disputed territory, and India is abrogating the Article 370, 35A and saying this is my internal issue. It cannot be. On our dead body, it cannot be. Why? Because we fail to bring these issues. We fail to disengage from this narrative of a bilateralism. It has always been international. It cannot be an issue that be seen by the international human rights activists. It is an issue between India and Pakistan. That's where we dilute the issue. Because when you talk about the people-to-people contact and people-to-people association and people-to-people contact, you need to talk about the women rights, the children's right, like Antonio Guterres been talking about the children's must be protected because it feels into his heart. We need to connect. Women has been raped. The Indian army using the indignification, the word rape is so hard for me to even use for against our women. The Indian army is using to undignify our women as a weapon of war. They use as a weapon of war. And we are failed to open cases against them internationally. Let me come back to my brother and sister. I think the time is going to be short, not be able to continue because I know I got a 3 minutes, 4 minutes left. My NGO is called South African Kashmiri Action Group. So I talk about the action. Let's talk about the action. The history has been spoken. History has been taught, and there is certain things are happening, like our dear Excellency Sardar Masood mentioned about the non-halal food to be boycotted. But dear President, you need to communicate with people like us around the world. You can't just make the strategies in a silos. Any leader who need to run the struggle for Kashmir, you need to have a very inclusive approach toward every single person. We need to be together. We need to work together. When the ANC was fighting, they didn't see that the white are supporting us or black are supporting us. Is it the Kashmiri? Which part of the Kashmir? No. It cannot be. If Kashmiri, somebody from the Karachi or somebody from Lahore or somebody from Timbuktu want to offer a solidarity with the Kashmir, say Alhamdulillah. Don't distinguish. Let's work together with the Kashmiri people. I want to draw an analogy from the Nelson Mandela liberation of the ANC, how they managed to beautifully carve out their liberation. In a short period of the 25 years, they had five pillars of the liberation, the 5 pillars of their international struggle. First of all, they had called international mass mobilization. International mass mobilization and building up a strategic alliance. The second one was international litigations. The third one was boycott South Africa. The fourth one was the armed resistance, which we don't have to put our strategy into that because our mujahideen are fighting the big war. The last one was the international condemnation and the underground movements. So let's look at their successful strategy and how do we incorporate their strategy into the Kashmir liberation. So let's talk about the first, international mass mobilization. And I'm very glad that today the Turkish Istanbul University has offered us a platform. Let it be, go into the golden words that today is preceding, that we are starting the liberation struggle from the Istanbul University, and that will be the international iconic university. That where from there we will take this message to the international average university, and we say, Inshallah Ta'ala, liberation of Kashmir in our lifetime. So international mobilization through the building of a strategic alliance. From university to university, brothers to brother, NGOs to NGOs, but let's work together. We can have our own NGOs, but let's work on a basic few things. The liberation or the right of self-determination, can we agree on it? Yes, we can agree on it. The right of self-determination. Liberation of Kashmir within our lifetime, can we agree on it? Yes. We have a one flag? Yes. Let's say the Ghulam Nabi Fai is our leader. Let's agree with it. Let's say Lord Nazir is our European leader. Let's agree with it. Let's say the Dr. Sardar Sardar Khan Sahab, the president of the Pakistan from the Asian region, he is our representing at the United Nations. Let's agree on it. Let's galvanize our forces. The second most important thing that the ANC used it was international litigation. International litigation was that time they didn't had a time, or they didn't had a legitimate way of opening a war crime against South Africa. But what they use it, they use the legitimate reasons for any international trade organization to boycott South Africa. Let me give you an example. When we see the litigation, what was happening is when the London dockyard used to receive the cargo of a gold and the diamond from South Africa because they were rich, they used to refuse. They said, no, you're killing the black people, you are oppressive, you have the apartheid, we're not going to touch. The cargo used to come back. When the South African businessman used to go to the Heathrow airport, for the 7 hours he's standing in a queue, nobody wanted to touch his passport. That's called international litigation and international condemnation. That's the second point. That we need to work on it. I in South Africa managed to open a war crime court, looking for a referral to going to the Hague, and we will take it to the Hague. From this land, we open. When the Modi was coming in 2017 to South Africa, he was so fearful that he will come to South Africa because of warrant of arrest, he will be arrested in South Africa. The president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, has to send a special jet all the way to New Delhi to pick him up and offer him presidential immunity that you will not be locked up. What a humiliation. And I'm offering my case document to any NGO in the world, which is Kashmiri NGO, to do exactly the same thing to the serving Prime Minister of the India. Open that case into each relevant country because you can do it easily. If I can do it from South Africa, you can do it. Let him to be a piece of a humiliation. Let him be a person that is not wanted anywhere. Let him have the clout on his head that wherever he goes, he knows that he might will have a human rights issues, he might will be arrested. My brother and sister, the time is short. I can see there is a messages are coming. The third point is the digital warfare, the digital and social warfare like Twitter is strong. Facebook, we can own that space. And I must acknowledge the digital or our social presence, it was only come about 2016. One of our dear brother, Ghulam Nabi was received a shahadat. May Allah Ta'ala grant him a Jannah. From that day, the social media has never have been a day passes by that there is no news of Kashmir, because on a mainstream area, as a Nabi Fai Sahab said and the other respected people have mentioned, the most of the international media has been controlled by either the Jews or the Indians, and it's very hard to get a story out there. But social media is our landscape, but we need to be well coordinated. We can't be sitting and saying, I'm launching a website, and the other brothers who is fighting for the Kashmiri people, they're excluded, they are not work together, brothers. It's a time that we need to put our egos out. First, remember the people of Kashmiris are dying. They need our help. They're doing their part, and we from outside, we can offer a honest help, not just a lip service, not in an ivory tower, not for the name, not for the Nobel Prize. Let's not be asleep at night without doing something on our social media for the Kashmiri people. Don't spend a week, don't go to the Jummah Namaz without writing a letter to the United Nations. Make a mantra, make a tasbih that we need to do it every day, because it's a matter of our brother and sister. The fourth point is BDS, which our the president of the Azad Kashmir, Sardar Qayyum, has mentioned. And I think it needs to be more strategic. It needs to be more galvanized. It needs to be well coordinated. It needs to be launched properly. We need to coordinate. We need to have Australian Chamber of Commerce boycotting. We need to have internationally every province or every country be a part of it. I do not know what is the trade relationship between the Turkey, but if we start conscientizing our Muslim Chamber of Commerces and our business people that this is the, like, you know, we used to say when we have a what you call a liberation for the Palestine, we said every Coke that you drink, you're drinking the blood of a Palestinian people, because every one Coke that you drink, there is a 1 cent of a US dollar that go to the well-being of a Jewish people, and the one more Coke you drink, the one more bullet will be given. We need to create that narrative. We need to buy into these things. We need to go and take 1 or 2 big companies out there and make them humiliated in front of the media and say, we're not going to buy the Indian product A, B, C, D. I have written a letter to the sport company, those Muslims are importing the Kashmiri willow bat. I say, this is the bag which is full of blood of my brother in Kashmir. From our club and the Khoughton Cricket Club, we're not going to buy your bag. We got the response back from them. They were worried. What is it happening? I sent them in terms of docket. Last point, very important. We need to build a presence. We need to build our Kashmir liberation brand. Like, I'll give you an example. When you go to the mosque and you stand up after the Jummah and look around, you will be easy to spot a person sitting with a Palestinian scarf and say, this is a Palestinian, this is a Palestinian supporter. Or anywhere in the world, you're walking on the London high streets or in New York, if you see a model or girl or boy, somebody who wanted to support, they buy the scarf and put onto the neck as a fashion and a support for the people of Palestine. Where is our scarf? Where is our flags? Where is our logo? We don't have a recognizable affiliation. When you see a scarf, everybody feels a part of it. Everybody feels passionate. This is what it is, and that's where we need to be. And we need to galvanize. We need to move forward. We need to know the time is of the essence. As we delay, the more. There's no good talking about and writing the article in a newspaper and saying the domicile issue is going to hurt. What is our strategy? Who are the people? Who are the right channels, the legal channels that we can approach? What are the right channels that we can approach, and we can bring a dentful thing? Whether we go to the Hague, whether we go to the ICG, whether we go to the United Nations. United Nations is not lip service. For the last 72 years, they have not brought. They were so quick to bring against Saddam Hussein and against the Muammar Gaddafi a 7 resolution in a 2.5-hour session and get the NATO to go and attack. Why? In Afghanistan, the woman behind the niqab was more dangerous than the woman was getting killed. Malala Lai was taking a 1 bullet and she is given a Nobel Prize. My sisters every day die in Kashmir. Nobody have taken any notice of it, and that is the height of our ignorance. Our own Muslim brothers, when the Muslims women are being raped, our prince and our rulers in Middle East offering them a highest reward. It's not them, it's us. We are failed to raise issues on international level. I think I have said enough. I'm very emotional about the issue, and I think if it was the time of Umar Khattab or if it is the time of our Prophet Muhammad, he would have asked to take a sword and go and liberate the people of Kashmir. There is no more Nabi is coming, and there is no more Wahi is coming. My brother and sister, our Prophet he was the finest, and he was the most best champion of the human rights. He liberated emancipation of the women in the Arabia. When the Arabs used to bury their daughters, he fought for the rights of the women 1400 years ago. So what are we waiting for? The Wahi, for the Muslim Ummah to go and liberate the people of Kashmir? Wallahi, when we go to our grave, we will be asked question about the people of Kashmir, especially because I am the Muslim, and I will be answering, what did you do to liberate the people of Kashmir? So at least I can say that I tried my best. Ya Allah, please forgive me. But we can't be keeping ourselves quiet. We say, you know what? It's somebody else's job. It's a political activist job. It is a human right. It's a Nabi Fai job. It is a Lord job, or it is a Sardar Masood job. No, it is a Muslim. Every single person needs to take a responsibility of it. And I like the idea of having a very important meeting in Pakistan, Istanbul. The Kashmir Black Day should be commemorated in every university. And I think we starting it with the golden day today. As I said earlier, the Rubicon, we are crossing the Rubicon today because the city of Istanbul have a long history of revolution, and the revolution of Kashmir start from there. And I'm going to end with this. Thank you to everybody who's listening to me. Let's not waste the time, because every day we're wasting the time. One more sister has been raped and one more brother has been killed. So they say, the Lama Akbar has, like, what you call it, my chain of thought is running away. It is a time that we really need to pray that how do we galvanize our forces? How do we coordinate? Let's not work in our individual silos. Let's break away from our egos. Let's be open, be more inclusive, reach out to the people, even in the humblest way. They're doing things for Kashmir. नूरे खुदा है कुफ्र की हालत पे खंदा जन, नूरे खुदा है कुफ्र की हालत पे खंदा जन, फूकों से ये चिराग बुझाया ना जाएगा, फूकों से ये चिराग बुझाया ना जाएगा, फानूस बन के जिसकी हिफाजत हवा करे, फानूस बन के जिसकी हिफाजत हवा करे, वो शम्मा क्या बुझे जिसे रोशन खुदा करे. Wa akhir dawana walhamdulillahi wa rabbil alameen. Let's have our, the Kashmir freedom in our lifetime. The Turkey Zindabad, Pakistan Zindabad, and Kashmir liberation in our lifetime. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Brother Salman Khan. I do not know how much time you spend at Oxford and Harvard and MIT, but it has paid off. May Allah bless you for that. But let me tell you, because you raise a very important point, because the reason I am speaking, because I have been given a few minutes, otherwise I won't as a moderator. So because you raise a very important point, I think that is the crux of the problem, that the Kashmiri diaspora community has to be united. But let me tell you, though I have not sought the permission, but I will just disclose it because of the urgency of the matter. Dr. Ghulam Nabi Mir is with us. Inshallah, he may be speaking in the next session. He is the president of World Kashmir Awareness Forum. He has been given the mandate by the board of World Kashmir Awareness Forum to write a letter to the Kashmiri diaspora community at the global level in order to seek their guidance, in order to seek their suggestions. So let me tell you, few of these are from Indian occupied Kashmir. MashaAllah, there are so many organizations which are active from Azad Kashmir at the global level, but these are from the Indian occupied Kashmir. They are going to receive the letters, or they might have already received it. So let me say few here. Kashmir Global Council by Farooq Siddiqui Saab. And there is Kashmir Civitas, Dr. Farhan Chak. And there is Jammu Kashmir Council on Human Rights by Dr. Nazir Gilani. There's a very important coalition which has been just established in Britain. Organization of Kashmir Coalition by Barrister Trumbo and Professor Shal. And there is Stand with Kashmir. There is Americans for Kashmir. There is Justice for Kashmir, and there is World Kashmir Freedom Movement by Muzammil Thakur and also Nazir Qureshi and many others. So what I am saying that alhamdulillah, we have also realized in America that, as I mentioned, that we have to be united. We have to have such a strategy which can be effective, inshallah. So only one thing I would like to mention, because many people mention about this PSA and this UFA. UFA is a Unilateral Activity Prevention Act. So by the way, both these draconian laws, PSA and UFA, by the way, under UFA, if you are arrested, and unfortunately many have been arrested in Kashmir, so you can be declared a terrorist. And you know the penalty is a death warrant, so it is very serious matter there. But I do not know how many of you know that these PSA and UFA, they violate not only the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, they also violate International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. For those people who are really taking the notes, please write down that PSA, Public Safety Act, and UFA, Unilateral Activity Prevention Act, they are violating 4 articles of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Article number 6, article number 9, 10, and 11. And they are also violating 4 articles of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which is article number 7, 19, 21, and 22. So lastly, I would like to tell you, I think Salman Bhai, he mentioned about this freedom of thought and freedom of expression in Kashmir. You know, when the whole world was crying that why there is internet ban in Kashmir, by the way, it still continues there. So Narendra Modi said, we have to have the ban of internet, because by doing that, we are going to prevent the terrorism in Kashmir. So thank God there was David Kaye. David Kaye, by the way, is the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression. He has been appointed by the High Commissioner on Human Rights, David Kaye. David Kaye said, India, we must have the internet in Kashmir, not to prevent the terrorism, but to prevent the disinformation and keep the people and keep the authorities accountable. So what I am saying that there has been a lot of activity by the global Kashmiri diaspora. By the way, it is not just global Kashmiri diaspora. We are having this seminar in Turkey. They are not Kashmiris. And for that matter, you really do not need to be a Kashmiri to support Kashmir cause. I do not know how many of you know that in 1981, I remember the King of Saudi Arabia, he made a call that let us have the Al-Qudus Day. 1981, I was there in Riyadh that time. Let us have an Al-Qudus Day all over the world. In Kashmir, 3 people gave their life for the cause of Palestine. So what I am saying, you don't need to be a Palestinian to support the Palestinian cause. You don't need to be from Myanmar to support the Rohingya Muslims. You don't need to really be from Kashmir to support the Kashmir cause. So what I am saying that all these Kashmiri diaspora community and the friends of Kashmir, so they have to be always united, inshallah. Brother Salman, the initiative has been taken, inshallah, it is going to be implemented. But with the same voice, I will tell you, Kashmiri diaspora from Indian occupied Kashmir, by themselves, they cannot achieve their goal unless they have a very close coordination with the Kashmiri diaspora, which is out from Azad Kashmir. To tell you frankly, there are more than 2 million people in the global family. And let me tell you, Lord Nazir Ahmad is here. When there were more than 15,000 people on the streets of Britain and chanting the slogans of freedom and Azadi for Kashmir, so I would say there are maybe 300, 400 people from Indian occupied Kashmir. So who were these 15,000 people? They were from Mirpur, they were from Bagh, they were from Rawalakot, they were the brothers and sisters from Azad Kashmir living in the UK. So for that, we must have ultimately a coordination between the Kashmiri diaspora who is here from Indian occupied Kashmir and the Kashmiri diaspora which is here from Azad Kashmir, and ultimately friends of Kashmir, no matter what the color of their skin, no matter what the culture they belong to, no matter what the religion they belong to. Let me tell you, here in America, we have really gotten the support from those people who are not even Muslims, who are not even from South Asia. So that is the greatness of Kashmir cause, and that is the blessing of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, I really would like to thank the speakers, and we are sorry that Javed Siddiq Saab could not make it, and Salma, Brother Farhan, Chuck, as I told you, he really needs a special dua from all the brothers and sisters who are listening to us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, sir. Şimdi Sayın Zafer Ahmet'in moderatörlük yapacağı konferansımızın ilk gününün son oturumunda konuşmacılar ve sunum başlıkları da şöyle. Now, today's last session will be moderated by Zafer Ahmet. The participants of this session are as follows. Professor Dr. İmtiyaz Khan, Kashmir, the story of unfulfilled promises. Merve Şebnem Oruç, Who Can Stop India's Atrocities in Kashmir. Ghulam Mir, Jammu and Kashmir after domicile law. Faruk Adil, Reflection of Desensitization of Terror in Indian occupied Kashmir media. Now floor is yours, Mr. Ahmed.
Jazakallahu khairan, dear moderator. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. As Dr. Fai earlier said, it's easier to be a moderator than a speaker because you just have to quietly listen. So, inshallah, before too much of a delay, and I know our previous moderator, Dr. Fai Saab, mashallah, took some extra time there. So I'm going to try to not take too much time here. I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor and Dr. Imtiyaz Khan, who, mashallah, I have had a privilege of meeting many times in the United States, as well as while I was in Pakistan on a delegation about the issue of Kashmir last year. Mashallah, his dedication and passion is something that we cannot put in words, especially for the Kashmir, and it's a blessing for us Kashmiris to have such a voice in the United States who not only originates from Indian occupied Kashmir, but is quite vocal on the platform without a care, stands up for the truth and for the rights of people of self-determination, for the people of Kashmir. So I welcome Professor Dr. Imtiyaz Khan Saab, who's, again, he is a president for Kashmir American Council as well. And he is going to speak on the topic, Kashmir, the story of unfulfilled promises. Professor Saab, you still there? Imtiaz Saab?
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, I was it was said that I was unmuted by the host, so I was waiting to get unmuted. Okay. Thank you, Zafar Saab, for a wonderful introduction, and I'm very full of gratitude for the organizers of this wonderful meeting, and the list of speakers is impeccable. And there have been great talks in the morning. I have learned a lot from that, and they have really thrown the light on the issue of Kashmir. The Kashmir problem is as everybody knows, is a more than 70-year-old problem. And it was because of story of deceit and leadership of Pakistan was deceived, especially the founder of Pakistan, Qaid Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who was not shown the maps of Kashmir, because ideally by the foundation of the partition was laid that the Muslim majority states will go to Pakistan while Hindu majority states will stay with India. Kashmir was ruled by a Hindu Maharaja, but it had majority of Muslim population. And Radcliffe, who started the division of Kashmir, actually gave the Gurdaspur, which was again a Muslim majority province, to India so that they can get a link towards Kashmir. And India attacked Kashmir and took it over by force. But it was promised by the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, that Kashmiris will be given their right of self-determination. They took it to the United Nations, and they said the fate of Kashmir will be decided by the Kashmiris. And that promise was never fulfilled. India started to, in 1947, if an Indian wanted to travel to Kashmir, he needed a visa. There was a custom officer at the airport to clear the passengers travel from India if they wanted to enter Kashmir. So Kashmir had a sort of semi-independent. And if you look at the newspapers in 1947, just of the independence, there are various headlines which shows that Kashmir gains its independence. But India basically stretched their tentacles into Kashmir, started to by maneuvering, by conniving with some corrupt politicians, and basically extended its hold in Kashmir. Kashmir is being very peace-loving people, they use all non-violent methods to convince India that they should give them right of self-determination. But never happened. And in 1988-89, struggle for the freedom of Kashmir started. There were peaceful movements, people came to the roads and started chanting slogans. They appealed to United Nations, they appealed to world powers to interfere so that the Kashmiris get their right, or get their what they deserved or what they have been promised. But what India did was it used a brute force. There were many instances where they fired live ammunition on peace-loving people of Kashmir. A lot of women, children were massacred. The bullets were pumped at the short point-blank range to make it they shoot to kill. There were many such incidents. One instance of Gau Kadal, instance where Maulana Muhammad Farooq was killed by an Indian agencies, and the crowd which collected to pay homage to the deceased leader were shot upon, and they ran helter-skelter, and a lot of people were killed in the melee. There were massive rapes, as has been mentioned by a lot of speakers. It is said about 10,000 women have been raped. There have been gang rapes in Kananpushpora, on which a book has been written, when this one regiment of Rashtra Rifles raped Kashmiri women for a whole night. 85 women were raped, gang raped, during the one night. And the youngest one, girl who was raped was about 10 years old, and the oldest was about 80 years old. Now we are talking about the ambassador of Pakistan mentioned George Floyd. He was the policeman put a knee on his neck so that he can breathe. We have many George Floyds in Kashmir. One case is of Tufail Muttu, who was basically throttled to death by an Indian army person because he put his heavy boots on his throat and he was not allowed to breathe. There are cases of pellet wounds, where pellet wounds which are used in this country for deer hunting, people as young as 14 years old have been sprayed with pellet bullets and they have lost their eyesight. When Burhan Wani was martyred and when the resistance against his death started, they used these pellet bullets with impunity. Kashmir was short of ophthalmologists because a lot of people were blinded. They attacked the hospitals. They even let people who were going injured, they were going to the hospitals, but their vehicles were stopped and they bled to death. 130,000 people have been martyred, and most of them people, boys, their age ranges from 20 to 30 years. 10,000 women have been raped. There are mass graves. There are so many people who are missing, and their wives are called as half widows because they don't know whether their husbands are alive or they are dead. They want to know even if they're dead. They want to know where their remains, where they were buried. And these mass graves was not discovered by some Kashmiri. They were discovered by Professor Angana Chatterjee, who's a professor in one of the reputed universities of San Francisco, California. Now we talk about that world, world knows about it. It is not, there is total silence. Yes, we need to basically highlight the Kashmiri cause, but world is not totally really oblivious to the information. United States Kashmiri diaspora is active in approaching congressmen, approaching senators, approaching whomsoever they can, highlighting, pointing to the issues of the human atrocities committed on the people of Kashmir. After August 5, when Indian government totally annexed Kashmir, I myself was part of those representations who met the senators, and those senators wrote letters. There was a congressional committee where the Indian atrocities were highlighted. The question is, how did we come to this impasse? Why is not the situation changing in the ground level? There are articles of honor, not as many as we should have expected or we would have liked, but there are articles in New York Times, there are articles in Washington Post, there are articles in Los Angeles Times, Al Jazeera and so on and so forth, highlight the Kashmir movement of independence. The reason why it is not working, we are happy when things are reported on Kashmir. We feel we have done our job. But a question which we have to ask ourselves is that, is the situation changing at the ground level? No, it is not changing. The human rights abuses are continuing in unabated manner. As a matter of fact, they are being accelerated. Nowadays, if they kill freedom fighters, young people, they don't hand over bodies to their kids and kins. They bury them or whatever they do with their dead bodies. They blast the houses where they suspect a freedom fighter is hiding. Recently in Shopian, 35 houses were blasted. In Nawakadar, Srinagar, 15 houses were blasted, and the soldiers also basically stole all the jewelry, all the valuables they had. Pakistan has to be more proactive. Just statements will not do. We have same expectations from our brother country, Turkey. Why are our strategies failing? Beyond getting a newspaper article or a senator or a congressman writing letter to Indian government, why is not situation changing? Situation will change only one way. When India understands that they will have their decisions will have consequences. Unless India knows that if they continue these atrocities in Kashmir, there will be severe consequences. They will not stop at anything. Let us make it clear to ourselves. Because when we get the senators wrote them letters to the foreign ministry of India, Indian foreign minister says that this is a routine manner. The constituents in America approach their senator or congressman, they write a letter, and we should not take it seriously. In United States, Australia, France, they are supplying defense equipment to India. They have contracts worth of billions of dollars with India. And India knows that there will be no consequences to their actions. So what should we do? India has a huge business with the Islamic countries, with Qatar, with Saudi Arabia, with Oman, with United Arab Emirates. 1/3 of United Emirates population constitutes of Indians, and they send their remittances to India, which is in billions of dollars. That is one country. And not to talk about other companies, they give contracts, so on and so forth. Right now, Indian economy is in shambles. It is predicted. It had taken a downturn before COVID-19, and after COVID-19, things are in a real bad shape. It is assumed that if this thing continues, this 50% loss in their GDP continues, and if Islamic countries withdraw their people or cancel those contracts, India will be in big financial trouble. Then only India will listen. There are only two ways.
I'm very sorry to interrupt. Can you a little bit relocate your camera, because it's really hard to see you. Yeah, thank you so much. Sorry.
No problem. Then either the Kashmir can be taken by war or by force, which will result in death and destruction, and which may not be the right approach. Or India should be punished economically. There should be sanctions on America, on India. India should be told in very unequivocal terms that if it doesn't give the Kashmir their right of self-determination, if it doesn't come to the negotiating table, it will have to face economic boycott. It will be declared an international pariah. Now, India, there are border skirmishes going on between India and China right now. It happened since 1 month. And India is trying to get this war hysteria. Let me assure it with all the confidence, India does not have the guts to attack China. China will be there and China will stay there. Because India knows if they just give them a slight bruise, they will get a bloody nose. Because they understand the consequences of a conflict with China. Where the world community has failed is that not telling India that it in very unequivocal terms, in very clear terms, that its actions cannot be tolerated. For these war crimes, it was referred by other speakers also, Pakistan should have been taken them to International Court of Justice. There are mass graves in Kashmir for which people were hanged to death. These are war crimes. We have to have a particular strategy. These webinars are fine. These meetings are fine. But we need to have follow-up strategy. And we have to assess that strategy after months. If the strategy is not working, how do we need to change it? OIC recently included Kashmir in its agenda, but that is not enough. Condemnation is not enough. Sole condemning the Indian government will not cut the ice. We have to develop the strategy that India is hurt economically, that India is forced to listen. Now they talk about negotiating. With Pakistan, as soon as the negotiations start, they start a bomb blast in India and basically to blame it on ISI or Pakistan. And they say, we cannot talk with the so-called terrorist nation. India changes the narrative of the whole story. And my question to the Pakistani government is that, what are they doing to basically reverse the narrative? India is so far, I hate to say this, successful in changing the narrative of this problem. And Pakistan is not doing enough to change the narrative, which favors them. So as president of Azad Kashmir, Masood Khan have said, time is the essence. Since August 5, things have changed. We cannot leave this on this matter. We cannot say now that negotiations will be held. Okay, we can talk. No. India is issuing domicile certificates to Hindus. Even last week, 25,000 such certificates have been issued to Hindus. And idea is simple. It's no rocket science. It is to change the demography of Kashmir, make it as a Hindu populated state, and then say, okay, even if you want a plebiscite, there will be an Indian government and votes will go in favor of India. We don't have the luxury of time.
Sorry. Professor, one more minute if you can wind up.
So basically, we have to be serious. Time is not on our side. Time is running out. And we have to devise a strategy, international strategy, all the Muslims, how to convince. Maybe Turkey and Pakistan together can evolve a strategy, basically put an end to misery of these Kashmiri people and to defeat India in their nefarious design. Thank you very much.
Jazakallahu khairan, Professor Saab. That was really a heart-wrenching reality of what's happening in Kashmir. Our next guest speaker is a well-known journalist, mashallah, Marve Shabnam Orchi, who was born in Luluburgaz in 1980. After studying architecture, physics, and philosophy, she worked in the private sector and international companies for over 10 years. She's worked as a senior manager, general manager, and a consultant in the field of informatics. She has been operating in the media sector since 2013. In addition to Yani Safak newspaper, she publishes columns and analyzes in various domestic and foreign newspapers and platforms. I wholeheartedly welcome Marve Shabnam Orich to the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zafar Ahmed. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I would like to thank Istanbul University for inviting me. I'm greatly honored to be here. Okay. Actually, I visited Azad, Jammu and Kashmir as a journalist last year with a Turkish delegation, and all the people I met with there, they were talking about the RSS, its history and its ideology. I had heard about the RSS before, but it was my fault I did not pay enough attention. What I saw in Azad, Jammu and Kashmir was that from the people on the street to the prime minister and the president or the former fighters, they were all aware of the fact that the RSS is now more powerful than ever. And I share their concerns. The RSS, which is the acronym for Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh, was established in 1925. It was extremist right-wing Hindu nationalist organization. The RSS still stands today, and it is the world's largest voluntary organization. Its political party, the BJP party, is the largest political party in the world. India's current Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a member of the BJP and the RSS. The RSS ideology is based on racial purity, racial superiority of the Hindu race. The RSS political philosophy is based on the principles of Hindutva, that means the supremacy of religious, ethnic Hindu state and the implementation of hardcore Hindu principles. The model state for the Hindutvas was Nazi Germany in the past, and unfortunately it has not changed. Here I would like to recall that Mahatma Gandhi, who is a nationalist, was assassinated by another nationalist, an extreme nationalist. Godse, his killer, was a member of the RSS too. When he was arrested, he said that Gandhi was too tolerant to Muslims. As is known, Kashmir is called a 73-year-long conflict. It is one of the world's longest ongoing conflicts since the powerful division between Pakistan and India. This is related with India's policy based on the RSS ideology on a large scale, and the RSS is still standing. On the other hand, the Kashmir crisis was one of the first for the UN. It has been 72 years since the Kashmir dispute was first brought to debate in the UN, but a solution has yet to be reached. Today, there are 11 Security Council resolutions for a free and impartial plebiscite under which the Kashmiri people could decide their own future. However, India doesn't just block the way, but also uses violent methods to continue its illegal occupation in Kashmir. New Delhi alleges that the Kashmir issue is its internal matter and uses the argument of fighting terrorism while Kashmiris are fighting for their freedom that they deserve. Okay, let's come today. Since August 5 last year, when New Delhi revoked the Article 370 along with the 35A of Indian Constitution, which gave a special status to the Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, the situation inside the disputed territory is now way beyond alarming. These articles are critical for a plebiscite under the UN auspices. India has put Indian-occupied Jammu and Kashmir under total lockdown, along with severe restrictions in the region after this. Deployment of around 200,000 additional troops, which make the number of Indian occupation forces in Jammu and Kashmir 700,000, makes Jammu and Kashmir the most militarized zone and largest prison in the world today. Since Pakistan and India are two nuclear superpowers, experts have already begun to calculate the effects of a possible war, such as how many million people will die and how many billion people will suffer in the aftermath if they go to war. Pakistan is therefore trying to mobilize the international community and persistently using diplomacy, but as India gets bolder, the risks increase day by day. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I have to be honest. I don't believe the UN could do anything regarding the Kashmir dispute. So asking the UN to do something is not working. If the UN could do something, I think it would have done it already. So why do we keep, I'm sorry, but I have to use that word. Why do we keep begging in front of the permanent members of the UN Security Council to stop the human rights violations? That said, what can be done to change the situation in Kashmir or to prevent worse, an all-out war between India and Pakistan? The Kashmir crisis actually has attracted attention from numerous actors inside and outside of the affected region from time to time. But who can come forward to stop this? China? Yes, Jammu and Kashmir borders this superpower. It's important to note that China sees India as a strong economic competitor. That is why, in the context of China's large-scale One Belt, One Road infrastructure project, Pakistan serves as an important strategic partner. China also wants to balance the United States, which supports India. So China backs Pakistan, but also it has already a direct role in the conflict. It's already in the game. It looks for its own interests, so it cannot be neutral, actually. What about the United States? India says that Pakistan is also playing a negative role in Afghanistan, fostering terrorist activity and hosting groups like the Taliban in the so-called tribal zone. However, Pakistan has played an important role in peace talks between the United States and Taliban, which can be crucial in restoring stability in Afghanistan. If Pakistan can exert more pressure on Taliban to carry on the agreement with the United States as part of the Afghanistan process, will Washington, in return, help Pakistan handle the Kashmir crisis? But the United States also has a direct role in the conflict. Since it's backing India against China in the region, it cannot be trusted as well. So who would be the best mediator? Turkey has raised concerns about the escalations of tensions and stated its readiness to contribute to resolving the conflict all the time. However, because of Turkey's historically close friendship with Pakistan, and since it's a Muslim country, Ankara, as is the case in regard to Palestine, will be criticized for that it has more sympathy for the Muslim population. They will say that Turkey is not objective. What about Iran? Iran is another regional player with a stake in the Kashmir crisis. Tehran is backing Pakistan, but also it's pursuing its economic interests in large and far-reaching projects on a regional scale. the transition of the Indo-Pakistani conflict into an open conflict would heavily complicate the multilateral and bilateral economic projects in which Iran participates, such as the North-South International Corridor or Indian-Iranian gas pipeline. Iran, having good relations with both Pakistan and India, would be motivated to negotiate for peace in accordance with its economic interests and might therefore serve as a good mediator for the conflict. However, Iran is the greatest enemy of the United States. And as a superpower and the ruling country of the world, would Washington let that happen? It will not. So what about Russia? It is important for Moscow to protect its economic interests with all cooperative countries under the scope of the international projects, such as Shanghai Cooperation Organization, One Belt, One Way, International North-South Transport Corridor, and etc. However, Russia's Kashmir stance is influenced by neither India or Pakistan, but China. Unfortunately, Russia and China are not on the same side on this matter. So what has to be done? Caught in the middle of power struggles, every country is looking for their own benefits unless there is something that threatens all. What can threaten all other than the risk of a nuclear war? Pakistan says that it will never start a war and adds that it will not take a step back if India starts one. Since the nuclear war politics is based on deterrence, what is happening between Pakistan and India over Kashmir has become some kind of a status quo, something like a zero-sum game. So, what if Pakistan does more than asking the world to stop India? And actually, I agree with the former speaker who said that Pakistan is not doing enough. What if it shows? What if Pakistan shows its muscles? I mean, not to India, but to the whole world. Please, here, do not mistaken me. I'm just talking about putting maximum pressure on the international community to convince them to get into action by showing that Pakistan has the power and the determination to confront India instead of asking the world to do something. What if it reminds the world that it's a nuclear power too? What if it emphasizes, stresses, underlines the possibility of a nuclear war more if India is not stopped? And what if it shows the world that it's very serious? Let me give you an example here. After a decade trying to make the world understand the possible threats which would eventually spill out from Syria, and after it happens, Turkey said, enough is enough. The ISIS terror, the PKK terror, the chaos in Syria, and Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad's regime's brutality affected Turkey more than any country, while the Syrian refugees that Turkey hosts reached to 4.5 million. Since the international community is blind and deaf, Turkey finally decided to run the show. Thanks to the determination of Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, Turkey launched 3 ground operations in Syria and ensured Turkey's safety and security. Now it's in Libya too, in Eastern Mediterranean too, to protect its own interests. Some may say that Pakistan is not powerful as Turkey. Its economy is more fragile, or etc., etc. But Turkey has also done all while it has been threatened with economic sanctions, political isolation, even being kicked out of NATO. And Turkey does not have nuclear weapons. And I'm not saying that Pakistan should do what Turkey did, such as launching a ground operation in Syria, but showing the world that you are ready and that you will not wait anymore is the new way of diplomacy. This is compelling diplomacy. Getting to work on such a critical issue is the only way of showing the world that something has to be done in today's world. This is the only way of saying, if you do not do what is necessary, then I will do. If Pakistan acts like this, that will be a reminder a message to the world. The globe will immediately give its attention to Kashmir, just like it did after Pakistan shot down 2 Indian fighter jets 2 years ago. The Kashmir issue will hit the headlines and no one will be able to ignore. I'm sorry for that. Here, I'm not trying to be politically correct, but we are living in an era of Trumps. The global institutions are collapsing, the multilateral relations are not working, and the United Nations is not effective. And actually, I am seeking for solutions here in this world. Unfortunately, you are not asking for it, you are taking it. I will say it once again, Pakistan has to show its muscles. Pakistan has to do more because no one will and can start saving the Kashmiris except Pakistan. Okay, thank you all for listening to me, and I hope this conference will be fruitful to increase international awareness with regards to Kashmir. Thanks again.
Thank you, Marve. That was really a deep insight of the Kashmir issue and the global dimensions. And definitely, I'm sure that your recommendations have been onboarded and inshallah will be looked at by our leaders. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you very much.
Our next guest speaker is Dr. Ghulam Nabi Mir. And I have a pleasure and honor in introducing him. Dr. Ghulam Nabi Mir is from an Indian occupied Kashmir and is currently exiled in the United States for over last 35, 40 years. Dr. Mir Sahib has been quite vocal for the issue of Kashmir and alhamdulillah continues with his passion and dedication to represent the voices of Kashmir on all international platforms. Dr. Mir Sahib, please go ahead, the floor is yours.
Okay. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum to everyone. All praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I invoke his peace and blessings on our beloved Prophet, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Your Excellencies, the Professor Dr. Halil Tokar of the Istanbul University for organizing this conference. Also, the conference chair, Ahmed Tekin, the University of Istanbul, and more than most, were indebted to the gracious Republic of modern Turkey. Everyone has expressed their gratitude towards the Turkish Republic, and I add to their voices. Thanks, Brother Zafar Ahmed. Thank you for your introduction. I'd like to say assalamu alaikum to friends, brothers, and sisters. I'm going to speak about the impact of the repeal of Article 370 and 35A and subsequent domicile law implemented by Modi government. I want to reiterate and impress on the people of power and the people in the world in general and the United Nations that Kashmir, as has been said, just not a territorial issue or conflict of claims and counterclaims between India and Pakistan. Far from that is the raison d'etre of the Kashmiris, the very reason for our existence, whether inside the occupied territories, as refugees in Azad Kashmir in Pakistan, or as expats and diaspora Kashmiris. India is indeed a problem. It is the cause of the conflict over Kashmir. India is fast becoming a source of conflict in South Asia all around. It's a problem for Pakistan. It's a pain for Chinese. It's an irritant for Nepalis. It's a bully for Bangladesh. It's a miscreant in Afghanistan and Bhutan, you name it. India was not a party to the issue. Kashmir issue was Kashmiri issue, and it needed to be freed from the Maharaja dynasty, Hari Singh's dynasty. But India in 1947 injected itself as an unsolicited party into Kashmir. We didn't want it, we don't want it. Not only us, but indeed nobody in the region wants it, and you have seen the examples of that recently. It has become the South Asian leper due to its belligerent behavior. Indeed, if India thinks otherwise, that it's not a bully, that it is a party to the dispute in Kashmir, why not allow Kashmiris to exercise their right of self-determination? Let the world see it, and let the world see before it demographically changes Jammu and Kashmir. Why destabilize the whole region and make a mess of its own economy, its own civilization, and its own society? There can be no peace in the region as long as India continues to be belligerent and continues to stoke trouble in the region. It will never get peace if Kashmiris don't get justice. We hear all around these days, millions of people in the West have been chanting, no justice, no peace. And so it shall be for Kashmiris. We echo their voices, no justice, no peace. We identify and show solidarity with those who are the victims of racism and hate all around the world, including the African Americans and Africans living in other parts of the world, and indeed people of color all around. Let me go back now to August 5th. On Sunday, August 4th, 2019, Kashmiris went to bed with a strange sense of doom. Something did not feel right for several days, but nobody knew exactly what it was. They could not put a finger on it. Then when they woke up on Monday morning, August 5th, in the Kashmir Valley, there was a deafening silence and stillness of doom. There was an eerie silence all around. All except the thuds of boots of fierce Indian soldiers flooding the neighborhoods with their guns. Kashmir was paralyzed. Those who were inside their homes could not call the next door neighbor or their relatives. Those of us who were in diaspora, we could not talk to our families, and they could not talk to us. I remember that morning I was in a campsite in Northern California, about 100 miles from San Francisco. And we tried to call. My wife was in Kashmir. She could not call me. I could not call her. My children could not call her, and she could not call them. It was like the doomsday had arrived for each one of us and each one of them. The only living beings that moved around were the stray dogs on the streets and Indian soldiers on the streets and in the alleys. They, the two of them, had the streets of Kashmir and alleys of Kashmir all to themselves. Overnight, more reinforcements were brought by Indians, approximately 250,000 of them. Many of them paramilitary forces, and many of them the followers of Modi, the Hindutva and RSS and Guru Golwalkar. They are the voluntary forces, extra military sources. They went into the households and picked up 13,000 kids and adults, dragged them out of their beds and their homes in the dark of night. They ferried them to the prisons in Kashmir and all over northern India. Now, all the pretenses of internal autonomy under the previous regimes that were being gutted slowly, all the pretenses were over. That had vanished into thin air. Time for the bait and switch policies of Congress and other parties to lure Kashmiris and Kashmiri politicians for 7 decades was over. No baiting, no switching. It was brute force. Now it was Narendra Modi, the new Genghis Khan of India. He was in charge. Genghis Khan repealed the Article 370 and 35A of the Indian Constitution unilaterally. He nixed it and trashed it. Indian laws can now extend to Kashmir without objection because there's no legislative assembly. J&K legislature was dismantled and trashed. Pro-India politicians were hauled away to prisons. Article 35A, which guaranteed the state subjects exclusive rights to government, jobs, and ownership of land and immovable properties for 200 years. It was nixed and trashed. 2 months later, in October 2019, the other shoe fell. We could say the other boots fell. India stripped Jammu and Kashmir as an autonomous state, let alone a state at all. It was broken up into the 2 union territories, Jammu and Kashmir, the bulk of it, under 1 union territory, and Ladakh, the underpopulated area, as a separate union territory. Then on March 31st, 2020, in the middle of the night, during the raging COVID-19 pandemic, the third shoe falls. The Jammu and Kashmir Reorganization Act or Order of 2020, the so-called domicile order was issued. The lockdown of 8/19 was reinforced with lockdown of COVID-19, the virus of India and the virus of COVID. They both attacked Kashmir. So there will be no rallies, no protests, and no movement no speaking against the domicile dragnet. Public was silenced. No one could venture out. Modi must have gotten a wink and a nod from his bosses from the West. And he was getting billions of dollars from the miniature states in the GCC. So he was in good shape until he wasn't. The emperor had no clothes. He didn't have much money to spend, but he can take it from the temples, which have billions of dollars worth of gold, and they are in cahoots with Modi. But unfortunately, COVID-19 also lends a hand to him and silences Kashmiris. The settler colonialism project is in good shape and in full swing. It is the domicile law. What is the purpose of domicile law? Number 1, to establish a settler colonial project of primarily Indian Hindus in Jammu and Kashmir. 2, to achieve rapid demographic shift by flooding Jammu and Kashmir with Hindus from India and by giving permanent residency to 1.5 million immigrants or migrants of 1947 who have been lurking around Jammu, waiting for some kind of legal settlement, but now they are being used by Modi. They want to achieve numerical domination of Hindus for future elections to render Jammu and Kashmir a Hindu majority state. They also want to guarantee election outcome favorable to Hindus and India in case a plebiscite were ever held. Not only that, it is creating a buffer state against China and Pakistan. On the Ladakh side, it does the same against China and Pakistan. Eventually, Indian designs of Hindutva, Greater Bharata kingdom were going to be realized. It would eventually invade and occupy Azad, Jammu, Kashmir, and Gilgit and Baltistan. Next aim of this was to establish a strategic access to Central Asia, including maybe Xinjiang, because they've been talking of human rights of Xinjiang Muslims, not wondering about CAA for Indian Muslims and occupation of Kashmiris and genocide of Kashmiris. So they would like to establish trade corridor to Central Asia and confront Pakistan and China. This also gives them opportunity to create educational opportunities and job opportunities for Indian migrants, take them away from Kashmiri Muslims in particular, and hand them to Indians. They also want, under this crisis, return Kashmiri Pandits who were taken away on the first night of 1990 by the then Governor Jagmohan and bussed overnight into Jammu and India. Now, after 3 decades or more, 4 decades, they can come back riding their white stallions. They'll be given the high-level bureaucratic jobs which they were used to during the rule of the Afghans, the Sikhs, and the Dogras. They can come back and they can take all the lands they want, and they can make Kashmiri Muslims as the peasants. It's also aimed at forcing Kashmiri Muslims to flee externally and displace them externally to wherever they can go, to Azad Kashmir or Pakistan, who have also already received millions of Kashmiris. They couldn't care less where they go, as long as they go away. The remaining Kashmiri Muslims will have to see what Native Americans saw hundreds of years ago. They'll be put into reservations and they'll be thrown into these camps in the hillside, inarable lands, which are prone to droughts, bad weather, and as I read the history, repeated famines in which sometimes 60% of the Kashmiri population either died or went to then Pakistan, then Punjab and other northern states. It is still conceivable. They also aim to de-educate Kashmiris to do menial jobs and labor for Kashmiri Pandits and migrant Hindus. Kashmiris are a very self-sufficient society where there is no homelessness and no poverty compared to India, which is teeming with the poor. But now Kashmiris who were then made to do begar, that's the forced labor back in the times of Maharajas, they can make us do the same. They'll buy the resorts and luxury homes, and Kashmiri Muslims may be the servants and slaves. It will be an apartheid state. Indians will come from outside, render Kashmiri Muslims as a minority, and make them slaves. They will selectively deny Kashmiris domicile certificates or permanent residency certificates, particularly those of us who are living outside Kashmir, the expats and the diaspora. Our children, mind you, our children are never going to ever be given the domicile certificates. If you are living in Pakistan and your children want to go back, they will never get a domicile certificate. Our generations are permanently locked out of Kashmir if the process matures. It will force Kashmiri landowners to sell on pennies, and they'll be the new fiefs. They'll be the new fiefs of Kashmiri Pandits, and it'll be somewhat similar to the Dogra rule. Now, Indian Hindutva, they can now dream again to advance the idea of Akhand Bharat, as was said earlier, from Afghanistan all the way to some islands of Indonesia even. And in between Afghanistan and the Indonesian islands, there'll be Bangladesh, there'll be Pakistan, and there'll be other states, including Kashmir. Domicile law is in progress. According to this law, anyone who may have resided in Jammu Kashmir for 15 years or has studied for 7 years in Kashmir, or has taken classes 10th and 12th grade, or has taken exams, they will automatically get jobs in Kashmir and domicile certificate.
2 more minutes, sorry, Dr. Saib.
2 minutes. New recruitments of 1,450 bank candidates were suspended. 1,450, they had taken exams in 2018 and passed. They'll be scrapped. Under the new domicile law, 1,850 posts have been now created, and they've been held for Indians, and the Kashmiris cannot get them. In the midst of COVID-19 pandemic and shortage of healthcare professionals, all the non-permanent healthcare professions were let go to hire Indian healthcare professionals, and the healthcare crisis is raging. The Public Service Commission that confirmed me back in 1970 as a physician, that commission has been abolished. Majority of the high-level bureaucratic jobs have already been given in the last 10 years to Indians, and very few Kashmiris get those jobs anymore. The immediate beneficiaries of the domicile law will be the thousands of Hindus and some Sikhs that live in peripheries of Jammu. Thousands of Indian security forces who have had multiple tours of duty in Kashmir, they can come and claim domicile certificate. Imagine living next door to an Indian soldier or an officer who was a rapist or a killer of Kashmiri children is your next door neighbor. Srinagar will not see the capital moving to Kashmir, Srinagar in summer now. Under the new delimitation law, there will be gerrymandering of Jammu and Kashmir, in which most of the seats will be given according to size, and in that size, 24 seats of Azad Kashmir Assembly will also be given to the people, those who are Hindus. They'll also assign some seats to Aksai Chin, which is under China. Such are the pipe dreams of India. A delimitation commission was created on 3/6/20, and it's working full speed to collect data. Let me just quote before I finish. The esteemed columnist and executive director of Kashmir Times, Arundhati Bhasin, Anuradha Bhasin, who and whose dad, Dr. Fai, and I knew well. She wrote in a recent article published in Al Jazeera, Jammu is being turned into a symbolic site of victory while keeping its people disempowered. Jammu Dogra's hearts are beginning to sink, and imminent sense of doom is going to come to them. They are feeling themselves to be outnumbered by the flood of the migrants from India. Ladakh is disenfranchised, and India plans to use it to get into China. There'll be no repudiation of whatever Indian desires are because there is no legislative assembly. They're ruled by, they'll be playing joystick with China from New Delhi, including to regain Aksai Chin. If the domicile law is not stopped and reversed, Kashmir Muslims will be gone. If that doesn't happen, a nuclear holocaust may take place. Thank you so much. God bless.
Jazakallahu khairan. Dr. Mir Saab, was really eye-opening, your speech that actually looked at what is happening in reality in Kashmir and what the people of Indian occupied Kashmir are feeling.
Mr. Zafar Ahmed.
Yes, can you hear me?
Before you continue, I want to say something. I think I have an objection. Just a moment. I hope I misunderstood what Ghulam Nabi Mir said. Was he accusing East Turkestani Muslims? I mean, there is a genocide in East Turkestan too, committed by China. I mean, enjoying China's support should not mean ignoring what's happening there. I mean, the other oppressed people in the region. I mean, yes, it's not new that I hear such things. I have heard such things in Pakistan too. Pakistan Prime Minister Imran Khan also said that there is no genocide in China. The people are okay, but it's not. I've seen it with my own eyes. I've talked to millions, tens of thousands of people. I talked to tens of hundreds of people who says that there are a lot of people who are not around, who are in prisons, who are in detention centers. I mean, there are lots of people, there are millions. I mean, you have to see this as well. I mean, being under oppression does not mean that seeing the other, ignoring the others' problems. I mean, I'm sorry, I hope I didn't misunderstand, but it should not be like this.
Right. Can I answer that?
Yes, 2 minutes short, and I do understand the confusion, but I think, yeah, please.
I'll be very brief. Thank you, Sir Merv. By no means, and I didn't say my words, I remember them. I don't ever underestimate anybody's grief, tragedy, and their national identity being compromised. What I was talking about is primarily what India is planning to do through Ladakh. They want to get to, say, to Xinjiang for their purposes, while we Kashmiris, I believe that my ancestry comes from Xinjiang, and that's how we ended up in Kashmir. Our culture is integrally related to their culture. But I was not talking of I was not delving into the politics of Xinjiang, and by no means was I underestimating the issue that is present there. But I was talking mostly of what India wants to do, how it wants to exploit the situation to its advantage. Sorry if you understood otherwise.
Jazakallahu khairan. Thank you, Mira. Thank you, Dr. Mir Saab. I know there are a lot of questions that few other participants might have. Can I request that we actually keep those comments towards the end so we can then see if need to be answered. Before it's too late, I would like to move to our another guest, which was scheduled Mr. Riza Yasir, unfortunately is unable to join us. Riza is a presenter and a producer on ON4 TV, and he's, mashallah, a website publishing director and lives in Istanbul, but he's unable to join us today. So I will move to our next guest, Dr. Farooq Adil, who also is a writer and a scholar. He's also a formal consultant of media to the president and currently resides in Pakistan. Can I welcome Dr. Farooq Adil on the stage, please? Dr. Farooq Adil Saab.
Thank you, Zafar Saab. Assalamu alaikum to all. I will present briefly impact of Kashmiri media content. Two German-American researchers have done important work on the effects of media content. They believe that the effects of the messages disseminated by the media are not only for the purpose for which they are issued, but they are automatically have an effect of their own. The most dangerous aspect is this kind of content impact negatively and consequently result in the loss of trust for the government and the state. Situation of Kashmir is natural result of this phenomenon. The problem of people of occupied Kashmir is not only that they are not considered equal to the people of other parts of India, but according to Committee of Kashmir Initiative, they have been blamed as terrorists, disloyal, and ungrateful. According to the theory of labeling, targeted people, community, and even a nation appears to act as they are labeled. In the light of this theory, one can understand the causes of growing militancy in the Indian-held Kashmir. As this research reveals the fact that Indian-occupied Kashmir press highlights the militant activities in the light of Indian point of view and block out all parties Hurriyat Conference, which is the sole voice of the valley. Furthermore, information of killing of freedom fighters, reports of raids, crackdowns, denial to hand over the bodies of slain freedom fighters to their families, and not allowing their relatives to attend their funerals. As the distribution of this type of content become the norm, the continuity of this type of messages, they has two effects. The first, the people become accustomed to the environment. And the second is that people become accustomed to something that is socially undesirable, which leads to gradual decrease in level of sensitivity to violence. Eventually, there comes a time when there is nothing wrong in the eyes of people and they do not see any abomination in adopting this practice. The uniqueness of this situation in occupied Kashmir is that it depends on the roots of violence in the peaceful and mystical society by an effort to keep its people informed of the one-sided perspective and highlighting the violence for decades. No matter how many claims the Indian leadership make to have restored peace and disassociate itself from the resistance movement. The reality is just but the opposite. One-sided and misleading propaganda will not only make a peace dream in the occupied Kashmir, but the continuation of the situation will also pose a threat to peace in the entire region. Thank you very much.
Jazakallahu khairan, Adil Saab. That was really very nice, to the point, and eloquently depicting how we should, inshallah, work on the Kashmiri too.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Adil was our last speaker for the current session. And before I close this session, I just want to summarize, mashallah, how we've heard our speakers narrate the issue of Kashmir, both from the historical perspective, current perspective, and focused on the atrocities that the Indian government is committing on the people of Kashmir. Remember, the issue of Kashmir is a 73-year-old international issue, not just a bilateral or India's internal issue, and it must be viewed accordingly by the international community. As Dr. Fai mentioned earlier, it is our duty, the diaspora of Kashmir, Azad Kashmir, Pakistan, and the general Muslim, as well as the other peace-loving community, to ensure the voices of the people of Kashmir are highlighted on every platform. And our first preference always will be to resolve the international issue of Kashmir through a peaceful right of self-determination that has been promised to the people of Kashmir over 73 years ago. I will now conclude this session unless we have any key questions or comments for any of our speakers.
You should hand over to Dr. Khalil. He may have some final thought.
Indeed. Dr. Khalil Saab. Dr. Khalil Saab.
Or Ahmed Tekin.
Ahmed.
Yeah. I would like to thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. Actually, we have completed the first day of the conference. If there is no one to comment about it, we already over the time that is spared for us. Tomorrow, we will have 3 more sessions, and the first session starts at 11 o'clock. I can say just stay healthy and see you tomorrow.
Inshallah, thank you.
Hello, I have a comment.
Sorry, I couldn't catch.
It's Salman Khan. I have a comment. If there is a time allowed.
Yeah, sure, please.
Once again, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and thank you very much to the Dr. Tucker and Nabi Fai and yourself, MC, and rest of all the presenter, and also the very important message come across just in the last 10 minutes or so. The sister is spoken about the atrocities committed to the Uyghur Muslims in China. I think we cannot and should not never ignore any atrocities, not only against the Muslims, but also any human right. Because we owe to the people of the world on a 3 level our solidarity, and you cannot have a struggle, a successful struggle. Like I always go back to the ANC. The ANC always have one thing very important. It's always been talking about this strategic alliance, building the alliance with the political parties and the human bodies. You cannot have your only singular. Your struggle is your struggle. We need to be part of Palestine struggle. We need to be the part of a Cuba struggle. We need to be the part of every human rights struggle. Like in Africa, we're building up our struggle to the rest of the African continent, and anywhere you want, if you want them to support you, you need to support them first. If you want them to like you, you need to like them first. And I think I like to again say thank you very much to all the people from the universities. And I think it will be the starting point. If we can have the platform set it up, and this could be the nucleus of our all the activities. If we can have a center study at the Stellenbosch, the Istanbul University, that most of the thinking, this conference that happened, it's beautiful, it's lovely. I can't say thank you enough on the behalf of the Kashmiri people. But this should be the one. It should be the series of the the seminars and engaging and training. The most of our Kashmiri activists do not understand the word activism and the human right. The people, we have a wealth of the knowledge, like Dr. Nabi Fai, Lord Nazir, and many other. We need to bring them on board to train about the people, our activists, our young blood, the leadership, the continuation, and then groom them and put them out there, because they need to be. And also we need to also increase our center of excellence. One is definitely Turkey. Is we really very thankful for the getting this platform, but we need to also have one in Middle East. We need to have in Australia, and so on and on and on. I think we need to galvanize our forces. We need a more of a cohesive and cohesion, some sort of a strategic framework to go forward. We cannot have one and we forget. We have to move away from a reactive Muslim mentality to be a proactive. We need to have a power of a Muslim power. Yes, we can use our Muslim leverage in terms of economic power, from the Middle East to the Turkey and to the rest of the Central Asian, the Republic countries, that we can leverage that against anywhere those atrocities has been committed. And I think that could be the starting point. And I think I would urge this should not be the last. It should be the beginning of many other conferences, seminar, and educational tool. And may Allah Ta'ala reward all of you, everybody, the beautiful people of the Turkey. May Allah Ta'ala reward you for this thing, because one day when the Kashmir will be free, you will know that you will have a house, another house in a Kashmir, in our land. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Aleyküm selam. Thank you so much Salman Khan. Herkese katılım ve destekleri için teşekkür ederiz. Bugünün son oturumunda tamamlamış bulunuyoruz. Yarın saat 11'de günün ilk oturumunda yeniden görüşünceye dek sağlıcakla kalmanızı diliyorum. Dear participant, I just translated what I said into Turkish. We just want you to stay on the line for 10-15 seconds more as YouTube follows us a little bit later. Thank you so much.